I have to turn it on. Oh, the hell. Oh, let's chat. I lost you guys. Work stream. That's it. Work stream. I have. It's alive. What do you mean it? Fuck. Wait, yeah, no, the VTuber's alive. Totally. I'm PNG tuber today because I don't feel like wearing a model. So this is what I got so far. I have to post it on what? I have to post it online too. I have to post it on my socials, but I only have move. I only have this much so far, which is the eyebrows can move. Angry, shocked, angry, shocked, angry. And it's like the eyeballs obviously can move. She can do that now, guys. Wait. Eye smile. What did I do this for? Yeah, just eye smile. I was like, why do I do this again? Eye smile. Eye smile, because she has smile. I was like, what's that for again? What else did I do? Mouth. She can wait. She can yap now. The teeth look weird. I look fine. Maybe. I don't know. She looks fine. So now she can yap, which is good for her. She can yap now. What the hell? And then she has the V-Bridger rigging. Yapatron, absolutely. But now, what the hell? Oh, what did I do? I don't know what that was about. That was kind of weird. She can yap now. She has V-Bridger rigging, so when I have to set up V-Bridger and stuff like that, all of the stuff works and everything's okay and cool, which is awesome. I have to do cheek puffs. That's one thing I didn't do, and I'm kind of too lazy. I probably won't do it because I'm lazy. We'll see what happens. Like, I don't think she'll need. I don't know. We'll see. I'm kind of lazy though, so we'll see what happens. I might look at the tutorial, because the V-Bridger tutorial, the person didn't put in cheek puffs because I don't know, that she didn't want to. You know what? I don't feel like doing cheek puffs. We're not gonna give them cheek puffs. Fuck that. Wow. Oh my god, thank you. And I think there's some other stuff. These are just the physics. So like you can see when like the eyelashes move and stuff like that, they'll like go up and down and shit. The eyeballs squish. Did I not do? Wait a minute. I didn't do the squishiness for this part of the eye. I didn't realize that I didn't do that. Wow. Okay, hold on. We're gonna do that real quick. Let's see something. Where was it? Okay, right. Okay, so it's that one. So it is here. I just didn't bother to do it. I'm uber dumb. That's that. So now, that's not what I meant to do. Also, why is this actually like abhorrently small? Not that. I'm trying to remember hotkey buttons. Don't mind me. That should make that better. Beep 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 boop beep bop beep bop beep. Okay. Oh, oopsies. We're gonna ugh, that's just gonna suck butt. I think I'm gonna have to restart everything. Which isn't bad, but kind of annoying. Yeah, fuck it. I'll redo it. Should I draw my one of the has been collecting dust? Should I draw my one of that has been collecting? What? 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 Yes, I think you should. I think you should. Don't know which one it is, but I think you should. That's not what I'm meant to do. I'll share it, gang. Don't worry. Okay. Are you talking about a VTuber model? Because if you're saying that you need to do a VTuber model that you have been letting collect dust for the longest of time, then I say yes. As someone who also has a VTuber model that has been collecting dust, I think you should do that. Once I'm done with this model, I'm literally gonna finish drawing the model I have for myself, and next I'm gonna rig him because now I know what I'm doing. Kinda. I'm not gonna say I'm the best. I'm gonna say like I'm kind of still shit, but it's better than before. I had nothing before, so. Oh fuck. God, we love the copy and paste tool. Oh shit, not on here. I have to screen share my whole entire thing because with live2d, it opens so many windows that I can't just do Windows sharing. So if I look on a Discord server, I literally have to go on my phone, which is not bad because I'm PNG tuber mode anyways. If you show it in like the Discord server, okay. Did I make it a deformer blend shape like an idiot? Hold on. Can I just wing it and let it just stay like that? What is? All right. Well, we found a problem. You actually? Why are you a blend shape? Who made this a blend shape? That wasn't me. I ain't redoing all that. was cool. So, are you a new soul and came to a strange new world? What are you talking about? Maybe I am. I'm not real, actually. I think you're talking to like you're a blackened monitor. You're Delulu. It's the delusions. I'm not real. I'm gonna take. Should I take that off? I'll take that off as a blend shape too, because that's also like not even something that should be a blend shape. I don't know why there are blend shapes. I don't know who made this into a blend shape. My goofy ass. My gooberish ass. Ugh. It didn't transfer. It was fine. Did it? Yeah, it didn't transfer. They go up but not down. Sophia, why are you mean to me? Sophia, why are you mean to me? Hi, Sophia. How you doing? I had to fix my fucking physics. I broke them. Actually, what's eye buff is? Actually, I should increase them. Okay, so they are wiggling. Why are the eyeballs not jiggling when they open though? Get away from me, Sophia! I'm a bot. Why would you? You're a bot. Okay, bestie. You're the prettiest bot I've ever seen in my life. I think this is a later issue. Or maybe it's like 3 different things. Let me see something. It's probably wrong, but I'm too lazy to go look for the tutorial on how to do it right. Oh, I give up. Shut up. At least it works. I don't care. I'll figure it out later. At least all of them work and they're not blend shaped for some odd reason. When Pinky, you're gonna make the eye jiggle? Yeah, but I can't figure it out and I'm too lazy to look up tutorial for now. So we're gonna not do that. We're gonna go move something else. But either way, the eyes are fine. Oh, actually, maybe I should look it up because I need to duplicate the eyes and I forgot how to do that. Hold on, let me see something real quick. Let me make sure the mouth here works. Should I give her cheek puffs? It's not gonna be hard. I could probably just do it real quick. Oh, where is it? Who's the one that I've watched to get cheek puffs? It wasn't her, but I do look her tutorial. It was her, probably. Shut up. Bro, I hate ads. I think they could suck my dick. Respectfully.
This will make sure that our
Face rigging, blah, 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 blah. Sorry, respectfully. So I gotta go to her pro tutorial because she has the mouth rigging on that one. Not the hair. I like using her tutorial and next to other girls. I feel like she's great for beginners. And next to other girl videos that I have, I would say do that after. Because her way of explaining things is kind of stupid. But like this girl's way of explaining things is actually the most simplest shit ever and it makes me so happy. I'm gonna eat your videos. Why?
Lower eyelid to widen the eye further. Make sure to add 3 keyforms to brow form right and adjust the eye bottom down as well as the eye white.
I think it was down her eye tutorial because I don't think I added eye weights.
To adjust our eyelid part here.
Let me see.
As you can see our eye wide, we will need to set up our brow form at minus.
Okay, I did brow forms or whatever.
Our eyelid part is following our main eye too. We don't need weights. Basically, we can stop the blend shape from deforming our eye only when it's closed. Let me show you how this works. First, we want to select the parts we want to set the limit on. So, all of our eye parts that have keyforms on brow form right.
Let's go to brow form right. Brow form right, brow form right. Oh, also, wait, that reminds me. Since we're looking at eyes. What's this small thing here? Look at that. Okay, because that was like, I saw that and I was like, hey, what the fuck? Okay. Okay. So brow form right. Select all of these real quick.
Make sure to not have the brow itself selected.
Oh.
Because we want this to.
Oh, excuse me, princess. Shit. My mouse? Oh my god, when doing live2d, my mouse is like the worst thing you can ever experience seeing. Because my mouse keeps like how to explain it? It keeps going like it keeps fucking my scrolling wheels.
Part, as it would still follow the brow
Brother.
even though our eye is closed. Now, with our part selected, we want to
So
open
just
up our parameter menu and find limit settings for blend shape weights.
Okay, limit settings for blend shape weights and oh let me close my eyes. Close them. Like she said not to fuck my lashes. I don't know where my eyelids are, so we're just gonna say fuck it. I'm not finding that. Fuck that. What? Okay, I have to because it's bitching. Okay, so hopefully. What the hell? Don't piss me off. Okay, well, I don't know then. Fuck you. Alright, whatever. Fuck it. So I'm gonna like do it based off. Oh, what the hell? It's not a blend shape. It's a blend shape. I don't know why it's acting like it's not a blend shape. I'm gonna eyes dance, literally making them wiggle. What am I doing? This is never gonna happen. Alright. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm not doing that part of her tutorial. Fuck that. It'll be fine. It'll still look good. I was trying to like do something special, but fuck that because I don't understand.
Window. Select the blend shape we want to adjust here.
I don't give a damn. Let's go back to what I was trying to look for before.
Blend shapes assigned to a single part.
Cheek post.
And there'll be more options on this drop down.
Shut up.
Fiverr allows us to take our dreams and make it a reality.
We're able to hire freelance illustrators and
I don't give a damn. I lost.
There's another unique parameter that we can create for our face tracking. Cheek puff. This is optional, but adding it can make the face overall more expressive. Create a new parameter called cheek puff with a minimum of 0. Default of 0 and a maximum of 1. Make sure to make this a blend shape.
Yeah. Blend shapes are a new thing that pisses me off because I don't understand them yet. It's like first it was like warp deformer, then it was glue, and now it's blend shapes. There's gonna be something you hate the most when you first start this shit out.
Create 2 keyforms on cheek puff and set this to 1. Now we'll use the
Okay, now I have to pause it real quick because I just wanted to make sure that I was doing that part right. And it's 2 deformers, but I'm gonna need to grab my face. Why am I doing that wrong? Do I really not have anything on my face yet? Oh yeah, because I wanted to keep it for when I actually do like face rigging. So all I have for face right now. And I think they have their own two deformers. So I'm going to put them in another one. Cheek puffs. Because I wanted them to be separated when I did head angles because it's going to be easier for what I'm going to do. I don't know why the eyes looking at me like that. I put the cheek puff deformer. Why did I put that in here? Get out of here. You can ignore my shit, like that's fine. Cheek puffs. 2. I should have done it before. I did like, oh my god, I did vibrator testing literally yesterday, and I didn't do cheek puffs, and now I pray to God nothing breaks because I don't want to go back and fucking do that. I could just like make the cheeks fat, and maybe like the lips will just do it on its own. I don't know. We'll find out. I just do this now. Okay. Shot.
Form brush tool to push the cheeks
What?
outward like this.
Why is your deform brush tool working when mine's not? Eat my shorts. Okay, it is. I don't know if you can see the vision. Okay.
Make it look like we've filled our cheeks with air. We also want to make sure this looks okay with our mouth open and mouth X movements too.
You're ruining my life, bro. I miss ad blockers, but there's no good ad blockers that I know of.
We also need our mouth to squish inward as our cheeks puff out. We can reuse our mouth X deformer for this. Create 2 keyforms on cheek puff, and at one.
Let me see what deformer I used to. Yeah, I just on 3 things though. I'm just kidding. No. I'm trying to remember what my last mouth deformer was because I have too many. Since now I use all the vibrator shit. Oh, what part's that? Oh. What? Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, so okay. The pretty guy's gonna fucking blow up and eat shit. Curly hair. That's not even me. Curly hair. Not the mouth face X. I need. Could I put mouth face X on? Nah, mouth face. Wait. Whatever. I hate when I hit the wrong one. I might as well make a new one. I noticed I also put the eye in here. Mm. I hate when it does this shit. Hold on. Okay, there it goes. Oopsie. What do I have? 2. That took way too long to do. Oh my god. Mm. Ah! Ah! I'm doing rigging. What you doing, Kazuma? How was your day? Hopefully, nothing's broken. Oh, yay. Yay! It's not broken. Wow. This what it feels like when you do rigging and it doesn't fucking eat shit? Wow. Okay, well, the cheek puffs are done. Cool. That's great. Now I gotta figure out how to duplicate eyes because I think my eyes, except like me fixing the jiggle physics, but that's like something I gotta do on my own. They're fine.
All we need to do is make the deformers small.
I have to go to the other girl's tutorial because I don't think she has that part of the tutorial. I need to go to the small is small is this. You know, the smile is the little Where's the other girl that I watched? Where is she? Hey, gonna eat concrete. Where is she? There she is. This is the girl I watched for the first time to like learn how to rig a model, and she was like, when you first rig, she's horrendous to watch. But if you like get the basics, like literally the bare bones basics of live2d, like in your brain, then go to her tutorial because then you'll have a better time. But her like out the gate is kind of bubbly cheeks.
Then find and select your left eye.
I'm so glad I don't need a tutorial anymore. I literally hate you. What does it feel? How does it feel living my dream? Beach. I rig part 1, close eye. Okay, so she's doing all the rigging. I need her to export the eyeball. Where's? Am I not in her like her group thingy? Ah, fuck. Where's her group thingy? Where's her playlist? Ugh. live2d quiz? She has a quiz? I gotta do quiz shit?
Hi, I am merely.
Hi, lady. Okay, physics. That's where she's at. Oh, I kind of look at her physics to see what I did wrong.
Physics. I'm gonna do some organization.
What
So
will you soon?
make a new
Thanks,
folder.
gang.
Call it eyes.
Shut up. Let me go to the eye
And then
physics
I
just to see if I can fix that.
And click add, and select all 3 eye physics. A bit more.
Let me watch your stuff real quick.
1, and then check blend shape. Make sure your ranges are at -30, 0, and +30. To replicate it to make physics 2.
Am I supposed to do physics?
3.
No. Oh, maybe there were supposed to be blend shapes. Maybe I was crazy. Maybe I was like, why are there blend shapes?
I'm gonna drag it all the way.
Whatever, fuck it, I'm not fixing it.
Then select everything inside of iris close. Create a warp deformer. Call it.
I'm poor.
iris
You made models because
and I want it
like
2 by 2
drawing.
and 5 by
You're not the
5.
same. Hold on, I'm poor too. I want to have a model of my
Then
own.
add
I want to
this
have the ones with the fancy V-bridger rigging, but I don't want to pay fancy V-bridger prices. So that's why I'm doing it myself.
Both eye opens.
Okay. Eye opens and eye. Okay, so that's what I probably did wrong. Let me see. Sorry, you just said that. Eye open. Okay. Let me see. Why did I separate this? I think, yeah, that was my fault. I think I separated this, gang. There it goes. Took me a minute. Decreasing that a little bit, though. Why does it still look like it's going at like 90 trillion hours per mile per second? You know what? Good enough. Good enough. Fuck out of here. We did it, guys. It's jiggly. I wish it would jiggle more when it moved. Go Imora fail? But what the fuck? What are you talking about, brother? Generic, what is going on with you? $5. What the hell are you talking about? Shekel? Wait, huh? I wish I had shekels. Are you gonna give me shekels if I make a mata for you? Twig 6'7". 6'7". This fucking 6'7" guy. You made me lose my mind. I need background music. It feels weird in silence. I don't think this girl has background music on herself so I can watch her tutorial in peace. Go away. I feel weird being in silence. 6'7". Every time I think of the 6'7" meme, I think of like the Roblox guy who was like in the therapy session and he was like, okay, 6'7", 6'7", 6'7". Like that's what I think of. I guess it's probably subtle when I like move my arm around, my eye around. I don't know, I don't see it. It's subtle. Maybe? I don't know, fuck it. Anyways, it works. Fuck out of here. I did my best. I will only pay you in candles. What the fuck? I work at Bath and Body Works. I don't need your candle. I have my own. That's a lot of people. Are you still in the class? 6'7", but like 6'7"? I think it's so funny. I think your class is kind of funny, but also I feel so bad for you because you're stuck with crazy, like weirdos like that. For like, are you in college? I know for high school, back then it was like an hour of school, like not hour of school, an hour each class. But if you're in college, you're stuck with that person for like 3 hours. You're stuck with 6'7" behind you for 3 hours. Eyebrows. Okay, this is the copy and paste method. I needed to do this. Like, I know how to do it, but I wanted a reminder because I'm kind of stupid.
We have got to the point where literally
Eat the candle, Phil. I told my coworker about that. I was like, yeah, I have my friends on my fucking phone right now, brainworms, trying to tell me to eat the candles.
I'm gonna pretend that my highlight is asymmetrical. So I want to keep the highlight but delete everything else. I'll first drag the highlight outside of the eye folder, then delete the eye folder. Select the rigged eye folder, Control C, click yes, and Control V.
Oh yeah, she glued her eyelashes, by the way. That's the first time I ever experienced glue in this fuck ass program, because she glued the eyebrows. I'm never doing that. I'm never doing that again. I did that once, got so irrationally angry that I rage quit her fucking tutorial and I left. I will never experience such a horrific event ever again. I'm never doing that. I'll only glue body parts and the lips, and even the lips are like a hit or miss, because I also rage quit on those. I need the whole entire eyeball. Give me like a moment while I figure out how to consume my eye. That's just. I zoned out. Why are you gluing your lips together? So they can move. You glue the lips together so they can move. Yes, that's what happened. Ah. Okay, that's the whole eye. Great. See, I'm thinking of making an alt account on Discord to mess with you. Why? When I get you to play Roblox with me, I'll just have an alt account on standby to message you. What are you talking about? What does Roblox you speak of? Turns off Roblox. Bro, I saw my cousin on Roblox yesterday and I decided to bother her. And I hate the voice chat. When I tell you, I literally hate the Roblox system, voice chat system. Because I will like, also I'm copying pasting my highlights, I don't give a damn. Every time I go on Roblox and like try and utter a syllable in their voice chat, it's like, you said a naughty word, die and be banned forever. Like, I went in there and I said the syllable, like I was talking to her like normal, and next like some kid was trying to like teabag me from behind and was like, and I said get the and I stopped because I said fuck, and I was like, oh, let me not say that, let me like calm down. And it's like they said, give me your voice chat. I said fuck. I didn't even say the whole word yet. What if I'm trying to say mofongo or something? What if I'm trying to say like fungus? What if I'm trying to say like French fries? But nah, I say fuck and you like, oh, that bitch is about to curse. Get rid of them. Fuck you. I hate Roblox, guys. I hate the Roblox voice chat system. But God forbid somebody says the N-word or tries to like diddle kids. Oh, they'll keep their voice chat real quick. So terrible that I can play music talking about. What? Oh my God. So that's what you're telling me I need to do? I need to get like non-crisp audio quality in order to like say bad words? All right, thank you. I'll keep that in mind for next time. I have 2 images out of probably 10 for the... Ooh! No, lock in. Finish tuning animation. You'll feel so cool once you finish it. Lock in.
Select the rigged eye folder, Control C, click yes.
Oh, I keep hitting Control Shift C. That's my bad. What? It did not copy. Oh, I think I know why. That was my fault game. Shit. I have to copy everything, not just the. What? I'm gonna just go back until I see that thing go away. Where does this come from? Okay. What? Ugh, I don't understand what I was doing, guys. Everything goes wrong right when I like record what I'm doing. Okay, no, everything's wrong. we're just gonna cut that. What the fuck is going on here? Thank you. That's all I wanted to do was like grab something. Thank you. Okay. I think somebody said that we're going through like a gamer drought, Mr. I play all those same Roblox games. Somebody going through like a fucking Roblox gamer drought. There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay. Then we will. Oh, I forgot flip. That's what it was. Flip. Oh, okay. Jesus, that took way too long.
And Control V. Then while everything's selected, right click, reflect, check I will X, click OK.
Okay. Before I do anything, I should have probably like. I'll do one at a time just to make my life easier. Ah, fuck. Fuck Ashlash. Fuck. Okay, yeah. So thank God I looked. Something did get deleted.
Check I will X, click OK.
I haven't looked too close. I'm not bad at not symmetrical. Yeah, that's quick. Here's my delusions. Nope, it's definitely something's not symmetrical with this, and that pissing me off a little bit. Well. Fuck you. The program's lying to me. Something about okay, anyways, whatever. I'm over here like, I don't think this is symmetrical enough. Whatever. Okay. Let's save for now. And the next, I think I could separate the eyes from blinking.
Then the
differently.
duplicated eye, the folder itself will be inside of your other eye folder, so we want to drag that out.
Oh, you're right.
So that it's two independent eye.
You're right. Fuck. You're right. Or do I care that much? Don't know if I do. Do I care that they're two independent eye folders right now? Should I care? Organization-wise, I should. But also, I really don't care. I don't know why I just keep popping back up. Sophia, should I care? Organization-wise, I should care.
Eye folders. Then drag
I
the
don't care.
symmetrical highlight inside of your duplicated eye in the iris folder and delete the old one. Then drag your highlight into the deformer iris P because that's where the old one was. And if anything is moving in a weird way, it's probably in the wrong deformer.
I want to tell you about a
Shut up.
friend who supported me through it all. In nursing school, they were...
Then I go into physics settings to check if everything looks right. And I notice that my iris is moving past the eyelid and it's clipped to the eye white, so I just need to squish the eye white down a little bit. So I find the eye white but I noticed that it's already linked to 2 animation parameters. So if I directly squish it like this, it would work for that key point only, but I have to do it for every single key point that it's attached to. It wouldn't be ideal because I have to change it 4 times, so my solution to this is to create a deformer, and then directly squishing it on the deformer, then deleting the deformer, and that modification has been roughly applied to every single key point.
Valid.
I will then do the same on the other side.
That's such
Now
a
that
weird
I've
thing. I
done
did not
that,
notice I
it is
had that
time
issue.
to assign the rider eye to eye left parameters. As you can
Oh,
see,
okay.
eye open is still connected to both
Wait,
eyes.
that's so smart.
So first we're gonna
Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Wait. Okay.
duplicate all the physics parameters and, change it to IR. Physics 1 and IR Physics 2, IR Physics 3. Then find your right eye folder, select all.
Alright, there is a reason to organize it. Okay, fine, whatever, I'll organize it. Oh. Not everything? Oh, okay, cool. I'm so lost in the sauce. What's this? Okay. I don't even know what this item is. That's like. Is that my background that I deleted? Just folder. Cool. Weird. Okay, I see now. Okay.
Right click on IR open, click change.
I forget that's a thing. I need to do that more often. That's sort of a smart idea. To just use the change feature instead of just like manually doing it yourself. No, literally, because I'm like trying to figure this out. Okay, so now they're separated officially. Change IR brown forms. I brown angles to IL brown angles. That's wrong. We do that. I don't know if that does anything, but yeah.
And change it to eye left open. Do the same for our smile. Change it to eye left smile. Brow right Y goes to brow left Y. And brow right form goes to brow left form. Then scroll up. Change the 3 physics parameters to the 3 new ones that we just created. Okay, I just realized how confusing it is because my physics left and right are not the same as my open left and right. I'm sorry. Anyway, we go to physics settings and we click duplicate and we name it IR physics.
X2.
Change the effectiveness of eye open to eye left open. Then go to output settings and delete everything I had there and add my IR physics, all 3 of them. Then I put the same numbers in scale. It was 50, 50, and 60 that I had previously. And now if you drag eye left open and eye right open, the physics are attached to each individually. Now we are done eye rigging.
Okay, cool. That means that eye rigging is officially done. Ooh, who hit that? Let's reset everything, and next we will test it out. So now Curb can adjust his eyes separately when he reacts. Pretty cool. Oh, one last issue though is in not here. Here. Cheek puffs are fine. Oh. Okay. There we go. I know that's not how you're supposed to do it, but I'm too lazy to fix it the responsible way. Cool. Oh, brother. Okay. Those are done. Oh, I got it fucking head angles. Oh, man. Oh yeah, I didn't fucking I didn't warp them. Fuck. I need like a podcast or something. Wait, this won't work because it's different shape. Save my R file, bro. That's my worst nightmare. I be hitting that button like it's no tomorrow. I be hitting the save button like it's free candy. That's my worst fucking fear. I get so irrationally angry when I lose my files that I literally have to like spam the fucking save button. I'm so sorry for you, bestie. You can see my mouse being absolutely horrendous. I'm so sorry. You can see like a color splotch right there, but we're gonna ignore that. we're gonna pretend it doesn't exist. Golly goodness, it only took away minor. Oh my god, thank God it only took minor shooting. Thank God it wasn't the whole entire file. That would have made me crash out. I would have crashed out for you. By the way, do never look at my warp deformer. Oh, deformer, what's it called? My meshes. My meshes are a wing it type situation. I do not know what I'm doing. I simply cover the surface needed, then say have a nice day, and pray it works. That's and I act like one of my friends who like knows how to do live2d. I was like, hey, how do you do your warps? And she's like, I wing it. And I was like, okay, I'm glad that we all just like agree that we wing it. As long as it's self-made meshes, it works way better than the auto mesher. Ah, my mouth's so ass, brother. Please. Ugh. Yeah. Let's see my phone real quick. Okay, I'm back. I had to like do something real quick. Okay. Okay. No, I should look up. I should look up an orange mango. I should look like a rotten mango podcast. That's what I usually listen to. Well, I haven't listened to her in a while, so I don't know any like true crime shit that's happening recently. She's like the main one I will listen to because like I don't know anyone else that's like doing it right. Because when I'm younger and I listen to other people podcasters, it would be people that like others hated. Like I listened to podcasters who did true crime and they did a makeup while doing it, and people were like, "Hey, I don't think it's appropriate for you to talk about how like people kidnapping each other and murdering each other and doing this and that, and you're putting on your mascara." And I was like, "You got a point." But the stories are interesting, so. What?
Donald Trump calls Jack
Oh my god, these ads are so annoying. I don't care. Brother.
supported Trump's Medicaid cuts, targeting 300,000.
Yeah, man. You know what's so funny? This fucking ad popped up in my class, in my history. No. Was it history teacher? Yeah, it was like my history class. And then she also complained because she's like, okay, like, bro, I don't want to hear about it. And as we all like groaned, like we all were in agreement, being like, yeah, we see it too. And she's like, okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one to get these stupid fucking political ads. And I'm like, yeah.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Come back to bullshit. Come back to bullshit.
They don't really fight.
We're gonna listen to podcast while I do this.
Probably helps that they're in high school and they're not trying to figure out how to pay taxes together. But even for high school relationships,
I like true crime
the two of them,
podcast.
Lauren and
So you're
Owen,
joining me
they
for
just
this.
seem like they're freaking made for each
Tell me if you
other.
need volume
They're
raised or
both
not.
athletes at the school. They both have blondish hair. I feel like that's high school relationship gold. People call them the golden
I either listen to
which is a
true crime
bit of a
podcast or I
dramatic
listen to
way
like Reddit
slap on
stories.
two 13-year-olds, but they're gonna be 14 soon, and it's just
Who then found that? No, literally, you're gonna come back at like craziest parts.
in a group chat.
I forgot what podcast I was listening to. Slush was in the Twitch chat, but some gnarly shit happened in the podcast, and he just came back to like, what the fuck did I just listen to? And I was like, hey, welcome to my stream, my art streams.
This is epic, LMAO. For my non-Americans, homecoming weekend is usually the weekend that football season really kicks off at schools, meaning you have this really big football game, homecoming game. Owen is on the football team, and then you have homecoming, which is like, I guess it's kind of similar to prom, but not as official. Everybody dresses up. You have to have a date. You have to ask someone to be your homecoming date. It's a whole thing. The price breakdowns of people's dresses, glam, everything, it goes viral on TikTok. It's a production. And in the sense, you have homecoming court. Students that are nominated to do their dances with other nominated students in homecoming court. And now this random number is texting Lauren and Owen that only one of them got voted onto homecoming court, which it's...
Bro, you're an amateur. We used to put her, when you still had wired headphones, we used to put them in our hoodie, like, straps. Like, you know the straps to, like, tie your hoodie up? We used to put it in there, and that's how we had our headphones. So we listened to the like, music while getting caught. You're late to this.
Trust me.
You guys have AirPods. You know how easy that is? Just wear your hair out. And then boom, hidden. Hidden under your hair.
Person holding hands, being all adorable,
Guys have it
smiling,
easy.
flirting, and posing for pictures with another person. Priceless. LMFAO. Could this be the end of the AKA golden couple? The relationship everyone idolizes? Okay, this is kind of weird. They text back, "You're jealous. Friday is going to be the most epic day ever. LOL. We'll see who's jealous then, and it won't be me. LOL. Who even are you?" There is no response. By this point, Lauren and Owen, they kind of brush it off. They focus on getting ready for home.
I see ears in my ears. How inappropriate.
How's the happy
I'm not no...
couple?
You're trying to touch me. I'm a young child.
Nervous, preparing for the end of the golden
Beat their
relationship?
asses.
How are you gonna
But
handle
yeah, I
this
won't be
when
surprised if
you're
somebody said,
bored
let me
posting
see your
their
ears.
adorable pictures with
Fuck out of
someone
here.
else?
They're my ears.
We hear about how you are the perfect
No.
couple. You're perfect together. They envy you both and your relationship. They want a relationship like yours. How you're the definition of a perfect couple and will be the forever couple that gets married. Some of us don't want to hear it anymore. One more thing. I recommend Lauren not wearing his jersey anymore. You'll look like a fool if you do. See you at the game Friday. They are both looking around in the classroom because who the hell is sending these messages? And then another one comes in. He no longer likes you, and he hasn't liked you for a while. It's obvious he wants me. He laughs, smiles, touches my hair. You're a sweet girl, but I know I can give him what he
Yandere
wants.
vibes?
Sorry, not sorry. Owen loves me, and I
Oh,
will
she's
always be
crazy.
the girl he loves. He will be with me while your lonely, ugly ass is alone. And then another message comes in. I own Owen's pride.
Oh my.
You jealous.
Pardon?
Who is sending these messages? Why does it take 2 years for this unknown number to be finally caught? They have the principal involved. They have the superintendent of the school board involved. They have the local sheriff's office involved. And the FBI gets involved. It takes 2 years, and every single day, Lauren and Owen are bombarded with 40 to 50 text messages just like this one for 2 years. Why does this person want Lauren and Owen to break up so badly? All
Crazy
of those
bitch.
theories are going to be covered in this episode, along with this whole case recently blew up because of the new release of a documentary called Unknown Number on Netflix. Now, Unknown Number does not go as deep into some of the other messages, some of the other reasonings that were found in this nearly, I think it was 1,300, almost 1,200 pages of a court document file that we received after a FOIA request, as well as we do have the full unedited body cam footage audio all here. The body cam footage audio I'm going to put at the end of the episode, but there is so much that hasn't even been touched. So let's get into it.
Okay. I was half listening to what the hell she was talking about. I just heard, I came back at the time where she's like, crazy stalker girl's telling my boyfriend that she loves him, and I was like, oh, okay, well, she sounds crazy. Might need to run, bestie.
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support Stand with Nepal, Help Families of Martyrs. On September 8th, 2025, peaceful youth-led protests against government corruption turned into a national tragedy as the state massacred 19 protesters and counting. Stand with Nepal is a GoFundMe whose mission is to help deliver medical and supplies to hospitals, support the families of martyrs, many of whom have lost their only breadwinners, as well as strengthen the grassroots efforts of Nepal's youth who are risking everything, including their lives, to stand up against corruption. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we would also like to thank you guys for your continued
We
support
love
as
Nepal
we
in
work
this
on our
house,
mission.
guys.
As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Today's case involves mentions of cyberbullying, mental abuse, harassment. Please watch at your own discretion. A few quick things. We received in total over 1,000 pages in court documents, hundreds of those pages being text messages. I will say that sometimes in the documentary, the text messages are just kind of thrown in there with these very cool edits where it just,
Oh, I hate when
the
those happen.
context is kind of lost, and I don't even know what the conversation is about. And it doesn't, I feel like it almost makes it less scary, like less of, oh, this feels
I hate when they use
serious.
text as a
Sometimes it might even
fashion
come
sense
off a little bit like, oh, this is kind
in
of
a
weird that they're
show.
texting that. So I wanted to give some more context to those text messages. And we also have the full body cam footage from the day that they tell Lauren Licari, who had been cyberbullying and stalking her for 2 years. But due to privacy, the police have pre-blurred the footage. So even though most of us have seen portions of it unblurred on Netflix, I'm going to provide the entire audio footage at the end of this video, which I will timestamp for you in the pinned comment below. And there's lots of text messages that we pulled from the court documents that it's just a lot. We were also able to talk to Owen briefly. He's a really friendly and sweet guy. I think it's nice to see that he's been able to maintain a positive and kind attitude towards everything. Maybe one day we'll interview him because I'm sure it's been very interesting to see everyone involved to, I guess, watch as this documentary blows up in real time. So with that being said, let's get started. Beale City, Michigan is a very small town. They will probably tell you it's the type of town where people leave their doors unlocked every single night, or every person's smile lights up the room. That's the type of town. And this case has nothing to do with unlocked front doors or dentistry. The important thing here is It's a small town. Beale City, Michigan is quintessentially where everybody knows everybody and their mother. They know your grandparents. I grew up in a small town where they would ask you, where are you really from? But in Beale City, they're going to be like, who are your grandparents? Where did they live? It's that close-knit. It is a small population. So technically, it should
I
not
hear my
have
mouth,
taken
bro.
the sheriff and the FBI this long to find this freaking suspect. It's been over a year that someone in this small town has been stalking 2 high schoolers. The officers walk into this small house by the lake. It's a bit on the messier side inside. One of the tables in the dining area is filled. The entire surface of the table is filled with alcohol bottles. Most of them are unopened, which perhaps is a good thing, but that's not why the police are here. They're here to talk to 15-year-old Lauren. Lauren is sitting on one of those kitchen counter stools, and she naturally looks very stressed because what is it now? I mean, they've been through this for the past 2 years, every single week. Once a week, almost on the dot, she gets taken into this small back office in the high school to turn over her phone, where they take all the text messages that have come in, and it feels like a CIA undercover operation without the intelligence. She's been doing this for so long. And Officer Maine has not gotten closer to finding out who did it.
I hate how incompetent cops be in these type of stories. They're dumb as fuck. Dumb as brick.
Don't know who's sending the harassing messages. They're sending 40 to 60 a day. The phone number is right there. Go find them. Every time they would go to the police, Lauren's mom, Kendra, would try to give them any information that would help. Maybe it's this person. She's always had some sort of jealousy for Lauren. Maybe it's this person. The way that they sent messages kind of sounds like them, doesn't it? Meanwhile, Lauren's dad, Sean, he's getting frustrated with the police. He's pleading with them. We gotta nail this son of a bitch. Whoever is doing this is ruining their daughter's life and stalking their 14-year-old daughter. We have to find them. And the police finally do. They're standing in Lauren's living room, standing in front of Lauren. Lauren's mom, Kendra, walks out. She's sitting on the counter stool next to her daughter.
I built Tinder with them.
Brother, I don't give a hot foolery ham damn.
We need to change online dating. None of
This is how you're gonna make me never watch your show or join your dating app ever in my life. Actually, I'm unsubscribing from Hulu. That's how much you pissing me off.
Holding Lauren's
Thank you.
because they're about to find out who the hell has been sending these unknown messages. For about 2 years, Lauren and her boyfriend, Owen, the two of them have been in their own specialized version of hell, where the producers of Pretty Little Liars and Gossip Girl have come together and tried to make these random teenagers' lives absolutely miserable. This all starts when they're 13 years old. To be fair, the makers of Pretty Little Liars and Gossip Girl don't even know they exist, but they are living in the real-life version of these two shows. Pretty Little Liars focuses on a small town, Rosewood, Pennsylvania, where 5 friends, best friends, have a sleepover. One of them goes missing. The other 4 friends, they all fall apart until someone starts sending them anonymous text messages, and this unknown number seems to know every little freaking secret that they have, like how one of them was caught making out with their English teacher. Another one of them made out with their sister's fiance. It's an unhinged show. And Gossip Girl is the older, richer New York City version of that, and somehow Gossip Girl and A both find their way to Beale City High School, where it starts with 13-year-old Lauren and her boyfriend, Owen. They start getting messages, and in the beginning, it's kind of silly goofy. It's like silly goofy kindergarten messages. The text messages are juvenile at best. The first few messages, if someone were to hand me a phone and would tell me to text something mean, and I sat on my phone, this would be the outcome. It's just like gibberish insults. One message reads, "You are the ugliest person I have ever seen."
Oh.
It's always text to both of them?
Yeah. It's not particularly original or specific. It's rather subjective of an observation, but coming from an
I had a
unknown
tail.
sender,
I was
it's a
like,
little
what's
creepy.
that?
Then
Her
another
tail.
one. Goff. You be the ugliest skank. Ain't playing ugly motherfucker. Then another one. We will make every day miserable for you.
Forgot.
It's
Anyways.
a little silly.
Fuck you. I'm just gonna do it my way.
With us tomorrow at Cornhole. Sorry, not sorry. After Cornhole, he hanging with us. We've got plans. Owen is obsessed with us, and everyone knows it. The seniors talk about how hard he won our. Sorry, not sorry. You
Hey.
trash. We ain't.
Gross.
Bad, but there
Or-
are
or these
multiple,
people.
even above this, there were multiple text messages about cornhole. Like a cornhole tournament. You know cornhole, the game with the wooden boards, and then you try to stick the it's like skee ball. They're like having it's the most atrocious thing being the spelling of the messages, but clearly by the end of this message, it starts kind of escalating. And like the seasons of Pretty Little Liars and Gossip Girl, with every episode that passes, the boring text message threats aren't cutting it anymore. The unknown sender starts amping it up. I mean, it's getting rather mean. We will win. I promise you. Owen doesn't like you. He doesn't love you. Lauren and Owen both have no clue who this person is. They've tried asking around to see if anybody knows who the number belongs to. Nothing. They've tried calling, and they won't respond. They just say, stop calling. And they're trying to get them to answer. Stop hiding. Answer my call. Or are you scared to talk to me? Just scathing messages coming after this, bombarding their phones. They've tried tracing the number back. These are all burner numbers. Someone is getting an app to get a fake phone number to message them, and with annoying frequency. I mean, they're just nonstop getting haggled by this fake number. Is it a girl in their class? Is it a guy? Is it multiple people? One message says, we will win. Who is we? And what the hell are they winning? Owen? That seems to be the point. It seems like Lauren gets bullied for being anorexic and not pretty enough for Owen based off these messages. The unknown sender seems pretty intent on making sure that they do not stay together, and they want Owen for herself, himself, themselves. We don't know how many people are behind this.
So when this is happening, did Owen or Lauren have an idea who it could be? Did they start talking about it at all?
Yeah, they later have an idea, and we're gonna get there. But the text messages read, you have no friends, and we all fucking hate you. Fuck off, you nasty ass skank whore. And that is targeted towards Lauren. And it's all a game to the unknown sender. I apologize. It became a game. It was easy. Over the past year, we got Owen to say he cheated, wanted nudes, we were better, had better bodies, hated you, didn't want to be with you, you were ugly, lesbian looking, anorexic, and wanted other girls at games. It's just like nonstop, 40 to 50 of these paragraphs a day. In another message, it reads, he's ready to be with a real girl who gives him what he wants. Fucking trash, don't wear fucking leggings, ain't no one want to see your anorexic flat ass. You dress like a fucking slut. You trying to get attention? Fuck off.
Oh my.
I mean, it's mean, don't get me wrong. I would be crying myself to sleep, especially if I'm that young, but it's just not that personal yet. It feels vaguely mean, if that makes sense. But they start escalating to get more scathing and more precise with what the unknown sender is trying to target. This feels like a warm-up. For real. How do you not break up when he says you ugly, embarrassing, mistake, anorexic, worst body, ain't giving him?
Like that.
He wants sex, BJs, and making out. He doesn't want your sorry ass. He wants a real girl, and we will make sure he gets that. Don't come to the
High schoolers are
game.
weird.
He ain't want you there. He ain't want to see you. He hates you, which is probably enough to get Lauren to feel like, wait, I don't know who this person is, but what if there is some truth to it? What if Owen is doing something weird?
Damn.
Then another text message that makes Lauren feel paranoid. We're staying at a hotel with him on Thursday, and your sorry ass won't be there. Are you jealous? We'll be flirting and cuddling Thursday, and you will be lonely. We're staying with him at the same hotel, and he's going to meet us and sneak to our rooms for the night. He wants a hot, athletic, sexy dressing girl, so I'm going to show some off and get down in bed. He hates you forever. Sometimes Owen and Lauren will be sitting in science class. Ding. The messages are coming in. Sometimes it happens at 3 a.m. Ding. The messages are coming in. Ding. Hi, Lauren. Owen is breaking up with you. And so Lauren and Owen, they try to talk to the principal to see if there's any sort of way to try and track down who's sending the messages. Some of them are coming out during class time, and it seems like whoever is sending this knows what Lauren is wearing in class, knows all of these things about the kids' lives. The principal decides, here's the best plan that we can come up with. Anytime you get a text message from the unknown sender, you text me the timestamp on it. So if the message comes in like 3:20 p.m., you text me that. I will go through the cameras on the school campus to see who is on their phone at that time, which means we've got our guy, right? Or gal, whatever. We have our person. They start that.
but it's quite tedious to go through all the cameras. And not only that, the school doesn't really have a policy against the usage of phones. So it's hard to tell which students are sending text messages to Lauren and Owen, which ones are just texting, which ones are browsing YouTube, which ones are on TikTok. You can't see it. So it's kind of moot point. It's like with every precaution that they try to take or every step that they get closer to figuring out who it is, the menacing nature of the texts increase tenfold. Hey, Lo, Owen's saying you're a worthless fuck in his life. You never meant. You fucking ruined my life. You biggest
Jesus.
regret and mistake ever. You the ugliest hoe. Then
Oh,
another
I hated high school.
No one ever want your anorexic flat ass and tits. No dude ever touching that you nasty slut. His life would be better if you were dead. Dead. Hashtag bang bang. Hashtag
Motion mirroring.
Owen wants you dead today. Jump off a bridge.
Like, how long has this been when they start texting these type of messages?
A few months in, but it goes on for a long time. Kill yourself.
Damn.
Project
Fucker.
Slammer is a CIA project where the CIA goes
Okay.
into
Now,
prisons and they interview
Lord.
over 40 incarcerated former CIA spies. And they try to figure out what makes them a traitor, what makes them turn on the CIA, and give information to foreign adversaries. Why do you commit treason? The big one is obviously narcissism. There is a huge money gain element there, but typically it takes a narcissist to become a spy. They also typically like to think of themselves as bigger than a regular employee, someone with a bigger purpose, and the rules and consequences of, literal treason don't apply to them, so it should be fine. But that's not really new and riveting information. Like, they can't really find who's a narcissist in the CIA. And I'm sure they can, but that doesn't mean all of them are useless traitors. Most of them are probably useful intelligence agents. They've also identified the most critical time point in which someone could potentially become a mole. They already have to have some sort of personality dysfunction, like narcissism. The ease of opportunity has to present itself. Nobody's going to go and hunt down the opportunity to become a traitor. And 3, they have to have an acute life crisis. I thought that was so fascinating. So it's not the biggest life crisis. It's a middle of the road life crisis. It could be a small professional humiliation, a small to medium-sized financial obstacle. It's not bankruptcy. It's like you are now $10,000 in debt because of gambling.
Why is that so crucial for this to happen?
Acute life event means that it has the ability to throw that type of person off and make them vulnerable into making very bad decisions or feeling like they're meant to do something bigger in life. If the life event is too big, they usually don't have the mental capacity to become a traitor. So it has to be like a medium-sized life event. So for example, if a parent dies and it's not sudden, it's like old age, that's an acute life event because everyone is under the impression that your parents are supposed to die before you do. But if their child dies, that's too major of a life event.
Fascinating. Yeah.
It's interesting. So it's like a life event that shakes them up, but it cannot be so big that they're so shaken that they cannot become a mole. And a lot of the ways, I'm sure the CIA has got advanced ways on figuring out who's a mole. Like, when they had Robert Hansen find the mole in the CIA when he was the mole. So like super advanced. Yeah, I think we covered that case. There was a guy named Robert Hansen. He was working with Russians. And he's like, oh yeah, let me go find the mole. He's the mole.
Huh.
But one of the easiest methods that even the Kardashians will employ is the planting of false information. That is what the Beale City high schoolers start doing. They run their little own psyop. The inner circle close to Owen start their own find the mole operation, starting with the classic strategy. Share select information with person A and only person A. See if it ends up in the chat. Share information with person B and only person B. See if it ends up in the chat. And that's how you find the mole. But if it's one of them, well, then what do you do? And there's major concerns now because the messages are becoming so relentless, so vicious, that it feels like it's about to amp up into 2 things. Like one of 2 things is going to happen. 1, Lauren is going to self-exit after enduring endless torture and harassment by some random number. That is a huge concern. And 2, whoever this person is, what if they snap? Yeah, what if they go from text threats to something a lot more physical? And clearly, they're in the vicinity. Lauren will sometimes fight back, responding, "Stop, please, you're jealous, and you can say whatever you want. I don't care, and I don't care what anyone says or thinks. I will wear his jersey proudly every day." Other times, it feels like something bad is going to happen.
I'm assuming they already reported to the police immediately from the beginning, and the police just could not figure it out, right?
No, the police are doing once-a-week meetings at the school with the kids to get all of the text messages. And it's getting bad because Lauren is starting to lose steam. She's writing things like, "Please stop. I'm begging you to please stop. Like, what do I need to do for you to stop? I honestly can't take it anymore and will do anything you want if you will please stop." And they don't stop. More messages come in. "Girl, he said he don't need you to be here. His life better if he never met you, girl. He hitting us up like crazy today. You know, he been messaging and flirting, and he was hitting us up from a hotel at Ford Field, and he's talking. He said he's cheating and moving on to a new girl. He was stupid to be with you. You suck. He wants hot, athletic, sexy dressing
They
girl.
talk like
Not you."
Roblox kids trying to bully you.
Then a message is sent to Owen. "She don't deserve the air she breathes. She's a pointless human." This has been happening for 2 years. Sean, Lauren's dad, is saying there are lots of bad changes in Lauren. I mean, she's not as active with basketball. She used to love basketball. She never wants to go to school. They have to force her every morning, and they get into fights. Lauren's mom, Kendra, has had a softer approach. She tries to tell Lauren, "I told her to just keep being her and just not even worry about anything, right? I didn't believe anyone would actually do anything harmful." It doesn't matter anymore, though, because with the help of the FBI, the sheriff's office has finally caught the person threatening Lauren and Owen. And if you guys watch the documentary, you already know. Lauren and Kendra are sitting on the counter stools with Kendra comforting her daughter, Lauren.
This is like police cam recording rolling.
Yeah. Even though she knows that Lauren is about to find out that the entire time the unknown sender had been inside the school every single day, taunting Lauren, watching her, texting her. Not in the same classroom as Lauren, not even the same grade as Lauren, but in the school, in one of the back staff rooms, the unknown sender had been sitting there talking to the principal about how to stop the harassment. Because the unknown sender is Lauren's own mom, Kendra.
I knew it. I knew it.
These messages, and you already know that. Kendra has been anonymously harassing her own daughter for years, and she knows that's what the officer is going to say because just minutes ago, before Lauren even came into the living room, the officer confronted Kendra one-on-one.
Whoa.
Here's the deal. When we were doing the investigation and the FBI got involved, we come up with some stuff that comes back to you. Which, side note, they don't talk about this in the documentary because I think it was like tedious stuff. I don't know if people were going to find it interesting, but I found it super interesting. The FBI tracked down, Kendra was using a lot of anonymous apps like Pinger to disguise her phone number and make all these fake numbers, and that's how she was texting them. The sheriff's office is like, well, I don't know what to do about that.
Is it like Google numbers, like a fake number?
Yes, I think it's a little, it's like Google number. And the FBI come in, they apply search warrants to Pinger, they apply search warrants to all of these apps, and it comes back to an IP address. And now they need to make sure that this IP address, because it kind of is leading to Kendra, but they need to make sure. So the FBI actually has one of the other moms send Kendra a hidden link to like a school thing. She clicks on the link and it's her IP address, and they match the IP address.
Oh.
So it's freaking Kendra. And Kendra is staring at the officer, not necessarily showing much emotion, and she's just like, what do you mean? The messages coming and originating from you. No.
When we were doing the investigation and the FBI...
I don't think I didn't notice, so now we're going to have to go fix that.
Some stuff that comes back to you.
What do you mean?
No, not that one. That's my homework.
Coming and originating from you.
Oh.
No.
It's just weird. Kendra's not even
convincing
herself. The no is so half-baked.
It's just an article, so that's not bad, but like still.
Her facial expression doesn't really change. It's weird.
Every message that went to the kids, your number come back through Pingree or whatever it is, the app that tried to hide it. Your number.
Now, why would you do that to your own daughter, though? That's what's crazy.
Showed up every single message.
My number?
Yep.
Does she really think she could have got away with FBI getting involved?
Yeah. And she says, my number? Yep. Does it have to do with Owen? Is there some sort of infatuation there with Owen? No. Nothing like that. Does Lauren know about it? No. She shakes her head and she's asking the detective, I really don't want her to.
It doesn't look like bullying from here because the thing is once this is out there, like I don't know how she can go to school.
The officer is like, yeah, well, there's no way around it. So we're going to bring in Lauren. We're going to sit her down and talk
Not
to
every
her.
layer.
And she's about to finally hear who the hell has been threatening her and encouraging her to self-exit, calling her all sorts of nasty names, trying to steal her boyfriend for the past 2 years. The officer starts.
Mom just got wrapped up into this mess.
Mom got wrapped up in some stuff? What does that mean?
The text messages. He's kind of vague about it. In the Netflix documentary, he doesn't even really say the text messages. In the unedited audio, he mentions the text messages like once. So it's pretty clear that Lauren kind of understands it's about the text messages.
Oh, okay.
So Mom just got wrapped up into this mess and continued on blasting these text messages and stuff out. I know that's probably confusing as heck and why, but sometimes when we're not thinking straight, we do some things that aren't right.
Lauren's mom, Kendra, reaches over and puts her hand on Lauren's thigh in a show of comfort. But if you listen carefully, like, why would they need a search warrant for Kendra's phones? I think Lauren is slowly putting everything together. I will say the officer is just oddly vague about the whole thing. And Lauren is like piecing together. She's glancing around.
Oh, so that's how he unveiling the information.
Yeah.
It's your mother.
Yeah.
But all he says was, your mom,
mom
being wrapped up in some stuff.
Text messages. So we have search warrant. We found stuff on her phone. So Lauren is like slowly piecing it together. We're going to take her phone and stuff. You know, sometimes when we're not thinking straight, we do some things that aren't right. Your mom doesn't want to get this out, but it's going to be public information.
The way I would have destroyed her.
Is your big financial friend, helping you explore credit card offers with confidence. Some cards are labeled no ding decline, which means if you're not approved, they won't hurt your credit scores. See Experian.com for details. Applying for cards labeled no ding decline won't hurt your credit scores if you aren't initially approved.
Shut up.
By this point, Kendra is up on her daughter. She has
Who's getting together? What do you
all the way
mean?
around Lauren, like she's like a sloth trying to climb a tree. She's resting her.
Ew, her mom ugly as shit. No wonder she was bullying her daughter. Daughter way cuter than her.
Wiping the baby hairs from her forehead.
What?
So
what a weird course of action when you were just exposed for harassing and abusing your child for years.
And the officer is like, she said you had no idea what was going on, and I believe that. What has to happen now is I have to make sure you and your mom are safe before I leave. So I'd like you to call your dad, and maybe he can come home and meet with us, okay? Kendra reaches over and grabs Lauren's hand, almost as if she is the one needing comfort. Now, Kendra is a part of the Netflix documentary Unknown Number, which is interesting considering the call is coming from inside the house, literally. But when Kendra sits down, she has a very big reason to agreeing to all of this. She just wants her side of the story to be heard. She says, you guys are going to think I'm the crazy lady. Every single one of us makes mistakes. Not a single one of us has lived a perfect life. And realistically, a lot of us have probably, broke the law at some point or another and not got caught. I'll be honest, I'm sure people drove drunk, haven't been caught, right? But again, if you get caught, you're in the same situation I'm in, but for a different thing. So I do feel that people lose sight of that. I know to some, I'm a headline, I'm a villain, I'm a bad mom, I'm a whatever. But that's because, one little piece of my story, they don't know my whole story. And she explains. So the messages stop for a little bit, and they pick back up. In my mind, I'm like, how long do we let this go on? So to give you some further context, an unknown sender starts sending harassing text messages to Lauren and Owen. And then they stop for like 11 months. They stop sending any messages. And then all of a sudden the text messages pick back up again. And this time it's 40, 50 a day for a year. Kendra is saying that she never sent the original messages.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're going to get into that later. More on that later because nobody believes you, Kendra. But she says after 11 months, she picks up where they left off by sending harassing threats, and her reasoning for this is very simple. She wants to catch whoever sent the first original text messages. She wants to find out who they are, so she's going to send more messages. She says, what do I do as a parent? Honestly, the best way would have been to stop it by shutting her cell phone down, right? But then I was like, well, why would she have to do that? Why should I have to get her a new phone? Like, because of someone else's actions, right? I really wanted to get to the bottom of who it was, right? And that's when I started sending the text messages to Lauren and Owen. I was sending the messages in hopes that maybe they would send back asking, is this somebody? Is this so-and-so? So just kind of give me something, right?
Oh, this person is crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my God. When is she saying this? When she's getting
in the Netflix documentary.
Like this is with the police at the police station?
No,
or just sitting at home?
This is like after she's a free woman and she's sitting down with Netflix.
Oh. Wow, she made up this really nobody even freaking will believe 1% of the reasoning, and she's like telling it with full chest.
Yeah, and all the IP addresses lead back to her and only her, so.
Oh my God. It doesn't even make sense.
No, it doesn't. Her reasoning doesn't make sense. But she says, I was also hoping that as maybe they talked about the messages amongst their friend group and stuff, that something might come up that could help pinpoint, where they were originating from. I started in the thoughts of, we need some answers. And then it just kept going. It was a spiral. Kind of a snowball effect. I don't think I knew how to stop. I was somebody different in those moments. It was like I had a mask on or something. She starts spending 8 hours a day sending these messages to harass her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend. It becomes her full-time job because she lies about having a job. She gets let go of her job and lies about it. She never tells her family that she's been let go of this job. And for a year, she pretends to go to work, but instead she is sending messages.
What's her job before?
She used to be an IT specialist at
Girl.
Ferris University. She was let go, and now this is her full-time job, sending messages. And she
Wait, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, they're not in the university.
No.
Is that the acute life event that you were mentioning, or it's unrelated?
It seems like it's one of them. Isn't that interesting?
She got fired.
Yes.
For what reason?
She spent too much time on her phone, on texting and
Bitch.
video calling and calling people that were not work-related.
Wow.
So she gets let go, and this becomes her full-time job, sending messages, and she's saying that she's doing this to catch the real person
Oh,
that sent
brother.
11 months ago. Meanwhile, she's over here texting Owen and I down to suck finger fuck.
What?
His and fingers.
What?
My pussy and mouth.
What?
Making me creamy. And not
Anyways,
in the documentary, but in
life
the court
is
doc, it reads,
interesting.
Owen, like our science convo about redacted being fingered, he's ready to do it to me. We know you ain't doing
Enough.
it, and like they told you, he knew
Enough.
better. I will be that girlfriend for him and give him it all.
Worst mom of
This is
the
again
year
from the court
goes
documents. I
to.
don't know why they weren't shown in the documentary, because these text messages, even just the text messages that were shown in the documentary, a lot of netizens are saying, how is she not charged with like sexually harassing a minor? But
Literally.
those text messages in the court documents are worse. Another text message from the court doc again reads, these are 13, 14-year-olds. Owen got the fingering deets, and he be and
Poor boy.
be jerking and making him creamy. You be fucking
Wha-
jealous.
So her text message just like vulgar. It's not even a
It's the what
The
from
message
YouTube.
is,
Like, we
Owen,
both baffled. We
fuck
both
you.
confused. Bamboozled.
Just over and over and
Smuckledorf.
over and over.
Another text message just reads, creamy. You should have been a real girlfriend and gave him what he needed. Be f***ing jealous. My f***ing tits in his face.
Just to get deleted, yeah.
Real ass, real body, bitch. Bed pics for real. FaceTime get real. Our f***ing text, he jerked off for me. Fuck off. He said I'm f***ing hot. Best ever. F***ing making him horny. F***ing make him horny. Make it cream. Again,
Not a what?
Sandra claims she has a very good reason for this. She is basically going undercover to figure out who the
Oh
real
no.
harasser
Throw the
originally
whole mom
was.
away. Throw the whole bitch away.
You have
Throw
to
it
believe
all
her.
away.
Not being invited to Chloe Wilson's annual Halloween party would probably have me crying in my room at night. Chloe is one of the popular girls at the
Don't
school.
worry about that hairline.
She's on the
We're not
volleyball
gonna see it
team,
when
the
I move the
basketball
head up
team.
around.
Her parents are popular. She has friends from nearby schools. Everyone knows Chloe, and everyone knows her Halloween parties, except Lauren, who does not even want to go. And technically, Lauren.
I have a track here right now.
But Owen states, "Well, if I'm going,
She can
then
go
you're
there
gonna
and
go."
literally
Because
throw
Owen
the
and Lauren
whole
are
mom
dating.
away. She is
Lauren and
not.
Owen have
She
been
ain't worth a
dating for,
damn.
like a year at this point, and Owen, by all accounts, seems to have he seems like the more popular one. He seems a little bit more social. He has a lot of friends.
She wants to fuck her daughter's boyfriend so bad. It's disgustingly insane.
Keep to herself in a small group of people that she knows, and that's what she likes. And the Halloween party does not sound like something that she wants to attend, but they're dating. This is part of the life, so now it's part of hers. Lauren just does not really get along with people like Chloe. Beale City high school cliques seem very intense. It's a small town school. Beale City has one stoplight, 2 bars, and they're more like pubs. The entire town has a population of a few hundred people with more wind turbines than they have bars. One netizen describes living...
Few hundred people in the town?
Yeah.
Wow.
One netizen describes living in a small town like that as, quote, an experience where you have to be careful not to kiss a relative. Not because incest is like a trend or a shared experience, but because there's only so many residents and you can only have so many drinks before you're like, wait, am I blackout drunk and making out with my cousin? It's a numbers game.
Huh.
Lauren describes living in Beale City as a really small school in a really small area, and everybody knows everybody. I feel like you're going to absolutely love living there, or you're going to loathe it. It's cute. If a local is diagnosed with cancer, the whole town will start a meal train and sell shirts that read, "Nobody fights alone." And there's only about 30 kids per class, meaning Lauren's class that she's graduating with consists about 30 to 50 students. The entire school building is K through 12, all in one building. I feel like the kids are all just in one class completely. And out of the 30 kids, they have separate group chats, separate friend groups. Owen describes it as, you've got the popular kids, like Chloe and her friends. You've got the cheerleaders. And then you have the quiet kids. I guess because there's not as many people, there are less groups. I mean, nobody says it outright, but it seems like Lauren is maybe in the quieter group, Owen is maybe in the popular group, or, you know, Lauren is maybe floating between the groups. And nothing is wrong with any of that. The problem comes when
the head is okay, maybe. I don't know. We'll find out. We're gonna do the eyes next.
There's only a few
That's pretty
hundred
looks
people.
nice.
Yeah.
That's not that hard to find out who.
That's what I was saying.
Wow.
I love going into my tagged photos to see some of the most beautiful
She's doing an ad.
that you guys make.
We gotta skip her ad.
Some of you guys have like the cutest small.
So
The
crazy.
messages start again, and I'm making you look stupid. And keep giving those big dreams the and even the parents want to talk. Documentary. A lot of and she's sitting down, distracted, being.
How the fuck?
For what reason?
She spent too much time on her phone, on texting and video calls. Owen got the fingering deep party, but because there's.
How did I just like? Okay, there it is. She has a different shirt when she does it, or a different look, I guess.
Shop
I can skip
one
it
day,
easy.
shop at Shopify at Shopify. What we're no one really has, and keep giving
Okay,
those
well,
big
fuck you.
dreams the best shot with Shopify.
I
Sign up
believe
for
in
your
you,
$1
lady.
per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/rotten.
I don't give a
Shopify.
damn about Shopify. Respectfully.
Shopify.com/rotten.
I don't give a damn. I don't give a
One of
damn.
Owen's childhood best friends and fellow potential popular kid is Sophie, and she says no one really has anything better to do than talk about other people. Like even the parents, like they talk about us teenagers, what we're doing, and I feel like that's kind of a toxic thing that gets passed down. One netizen concurs by writing a review on Beale City High School on niche.com, quote, "Parents are great, but some care too much about the athletic sphere. The parents are really involved. Owen might say that they're too involved." And even the parents want to talk to the other parents about the kids' drama. The parents have drama themselves. It's kind of a mess in a lot of small towns, and Beale City is not immune to these social circles. But it seems by all accounts that the popular kids are going to be the ones in attendance at Chloe's Halloween party. And this is when the first text messages come in. One of the first messages from the unknown sender to both Lauren and Owen read, "Did Owen say anything to you about what's going on? If he didn't tell you yet, I will. Owen and I agreed and thought it would be a great time for Owen and I to get together and officially hook up. You are not being invited because we want this time together. He's coming to my house on Halloween too and is giving me his sweatshirt to wear. You're a sweet girl, but I know I can give him what he wants. Sorry, not sorry."
This is sent to Owen as well.
Yes. It's obvious.
Owen's like, who the
His attention is constantly on me. When was the last time he paid attention to you or acted like he likes you? He is never with you, nor is he ever talking to you. He's always with, quote, other girls or texting and talking to me. He's constantly hitting on me. He laughs, smiles, touches my hair, picks at me, and crushing hardcore for me. He always wants to be near me and involved in our conversations. When has he ever acted like that way to you? Don't be jealous when I wear his sweatshirt and jersey. Not sure what he told you, but he is coming to the Halloween party, and we are both DTF.
If they were 13.
Yeah. He wants nothing to do with you. He thinks you're annoying and an ugly ass and wishes you would leave him the fuck alone. I feel like these text messages are literally a Gossip Girl episode. Why do you think he's on his phone all the time talking to me? It's obvious. He does not want you in his life. He talks about you all the time. You didn't get invited to his football game. I did. You didn't get invited to his house. I did. You didn't get invited to sleep with him. I did. I did. I'm spending the night with him. I'm sharing a bed with him, not you. He's comforting me, not you. You didn't get invited to be with him in the hot tub. I did.
Bro, this guy stinks.
I hope you finally get the point. He wants to spend time with me, not you. We will keep making you look stupid. He promised to keep flirting with me, and I promised to do it all in front of you. He wants to see you run out of school crying. He fucking hates your ugly anorexic ass. What the hell is that? Lauren is so confused. Owen is reassuring
girl, you pop off, girl. She's the one being mean to the other girl.
Who this person is. Owen thinks it's maybe one of the quieter kids because they're more, quote, techie. But clearly somebody is just messing with them. At the Halloween party, they start going around and asking around to see if anyone knows the number or if someone sent it as like a sick joke. Nobody fesses up and they move on for 11 months. Nothing happens. Kendra claims these Halloween messages were not sent by her. She said, not those ones. I did.
I did.
Literally. 11 months later, the messages start again, and I feel like they're way, 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 way worse. And we're going to go through a lot of the text messages, the ones from the Netflix documentary, the ones from the court document. They're all going to be in here. And we're going to go through the messages while we go through the theories of why Kendra did this to her own daughter. Because I feel like Netflix kind of at the end threw out a reasoning of why Kendra did this, but a lot of netizens are not even convinced by that reasoning. Some people think it's got to be something else, and there's actually a lot more theories online and text messages supporting those theories will be included when we get to them. But one thing is 1,000%. All the roads lead back to Kendra. 18 months into the messages, terrorizing the entire school. By month 18, I mean, everybody knows about this. By like the first month, everybody knew about it. The principal, superintendent, the sheriff, everybody's involved. Kids are pointing the finger at other kids. The parents are pointing the finger at kids. It's not until April 2022 the FBI gets involved. And
FBI.
Like I said, all the IP addresses, even the beginning ones that she claims she absolutely did not send, were all sent by Kendra. So why did she do it? Theory number 1. Kendra is jealous of her teenage daughter, Lauren.
Oh, absolutely.
She is. With envy level jealous. One message reads, Lo, which is Lauren's nickname, you be jealous when he's at varsity game today. He ain't wasting time seeing you suck. He knows you suck. You the worst. You for real need to quit. No one wants you playing. Ain't no one sad. Break an ankle. It's interesting because
Freaking ankle is
there
insane.
is jealousy from mother to daughter. The mother wants the daughter to do well enough to reflect well on her own parenting, but not so well that the daughter outshines the mother. Basically, this experience, this is a Redditor. My mother always wanted me to be pretty, but not too pretty. Like I had a cute, tiny waist, so if I wore a belt that defined my waistline, she told me I looked like a slut. It's interesting. Some psychologists have said it's like a narcissistic mother views their daughter as direct threats. Anytime they look at their daughter, it is a reminder of their youth and a reminder
the eyes sure do bring down the smile on the art. Really? Oh my god, thank you. I'm trying to like make it look nice.
But they also
head angles are kind of hard getting.
Life than they did, so they want to take them down. Another message reads, you have no friends. You fucking suck for guys to talk to you. You fucked up. You treat him like shit. You don't get with him in bed. You don't sneak out with him. You fucking dress awful. Ain't no guy want that. You look like an anorexic toddler. That ain't sexy. It's embarrassing. You need to do something about that. You need to change your face, hair, body, clothes. He agreed. He won't give you his jersey to wear. He ain't wasting no time. No waste of space mistake. Ugly anorexic toddler wearing his shit to embarrass him. He ain't proud of you and wishes he never met your sorry ass. He said it looked better on a dog than you. Embarrassed you to wear it. That was from the court document. Perhaps Kendra is just
What is
jealous
it like
that her
having a
parent
mother that
Lauren,
has that
who
much hate in your
sees
heart
it,
and
is-
for you in
and
her
this is not
heart?
me saying
A
it,
hell.
but maybe she just sees herself as a mom now, and Lauren is maybe entering what Kendra believes are her prime years, high school, college. Kendra's cousin was interviewed for the documentary, and she's
Look at roasted in the background. It's a
Very
podcast about a mother who threatened her daughter and was
if
like,
she were here right now.
hold on, how to
So
explain
she's
it?
being interviewed by the producers.
Let's pause it real quick.
And
Like
she
she
says,
knows.
A mother in this podcast was sending death threats and being like a bully to her daughter just so she could steal her daughter's boyfriend. And they're in high school, by the way. So she's trying to like get with a high school boy, because that's literally the prediction. Because why else would you say that you're gonna suck his dick and do this and do that and do da and then bully your daughter right after? Like, you're trying to diddle kids and you're the worst. So yeah, I love listening to true crime podcasts while doing my live2d rigging. But their own spawn, yeah, to their own spawn is insane.
if Kendra were here right now,
Like, why give birth if you're gonna hate them that
you're
much?
interviewing me, she would be dancing over there to try and get your attention, to get you to look at her. Now she suddenly has kids, and she's a basketball coach for Lauren. One report states that while Lauren is
Female
calm,
Diddy,
Kendra
no,
is a
literally.
cool mom. People say that she would gossip with the girls, literally high school girls. During
She's like,
softball or
oh, what's it
basketball
called?
practice, students
You know how
would
people are
film
stuck
her
in their
dancing
past?
to Sir Mix-a-Lot
But they peaked in
and
high school.
doing
That's what she is.
cartwheels
She's a
down
mom
the
that peaked in high
hotel
school.
hallway when they would have away games.
Fascinating.
Another odd thing is Kendra would show up to the school to comfort Lauren, but would use it as an opportunity to get close with the other high school girls. She would tell classmates
she
of
peaked in
Lauren's that
high
she's
school.
doing a change of clothes for Lauren because the person texting was making fun of her shirt, so she feels insecure.
She's texting it, and she's bringing a shirt.
And then now she's getting sympathy from all these high school girls that are like, "Oh, Miss Lakari, I feel
What
so
a great
bad.
mom.
Yeah, that's so sweet of
Wow.
you." And even if she wasn't, why would you even consider text or telling someone when the bully is supposedly in the classroom and could use it against your daughter? Or another time she'll text girls in Lauren's class saying things along the lines of, "Can you go to the bathroom and check up on Lauren? She just texted me that she's crying in the stalls." Or she would talk to other kids about how stressed she is, about how stressed Lauren is about these text messages.
It'll be forever 16, literally.
And
Oh my
Kendra will
god.
swear, this is not the motive. She is not a jealous mother. Yes, she was
Yeah,
targeting
she is.
everything that Lauren was insecure about. However, it wasn't to make her feel bad. Kendra straight up says, Lauren knows she's petite. She knows she's small. She knows she's thin. So I might have kind of picked up on some of her insecurities. Her hair, her appearance, her looks, you know. But honestly, the messages weren't really targeted at her insecurities.
Brother.
The Netflix producer does ask something that kind of pissed off a lot of netizens, which is they asked Kendra, were they targeted at you? Were you sending those messages to yourself? And they were like, why are you trying to give her an out to make herself look better? Basically,
What?
they're asking her, like, did you feel like the mean things you were saying, you were almost saying it to yourself?
No. What
Yeah.
kind of a question is that?
But Kendra is like, yes, that very well
You're
possibly.
gonna fuck. That was her own mother.
I was not eating.
The one
so
that's
you could
roasting her right now, her
definitely
own mother.
A lot of people are like, why would you even ask that? I also don't think that that's what happened at all. I honestly think that Kendra was saying that because, I mean, I also struggle with my choice of. Sometimes I struggle with body image as well, right? Everybody does. Lots of people do. And some people think that Kendra, as she's aging, she notices that her metabolism is not as quick as it used to be. And maybe she has to work extra hard to stay in that body frame that she likes. And she's looking at her teenage daughter, and like lots of teenage kids, they can just eat whatever they want and they don't really fluctuate in weight as much as like a 50-year-old woman. And so maybe she's very upset with that. It doesn't.
As a 24-year-old woman, I'm low-key a hater too. I'm a
child.
child, and that's my ass now.
And I mean, the messages are insane. Some more read, you jealous bitch. He ain't talking
You're
to your
so
sorry
mad.
ass. He talking to us. How does it feel
How
to
about you go to the
lose?
gym instead of being an
Anorexic
asshole to
body
your
ain't
daughter?
worth it. He never came back to you. He never want to talk to you again. He want you to fucking stop. You
I know being a
don't
husband must be
find anything.
crazy.
We could fucking care less. He never come back to you. He didn't even talk to you to get the fucking point. He hates you. Now we ruin your life. You fucking did this. Now we ruin your life. We all hate you. You fucking suck. You're the fucking reason JV lost the basketball.
I'm making
game.
a
And
VTuber
you
model,
only went to the varsity game.
so
We're
I have to
losing. You
have
didn't
the
do
head
shit. You
movements.
suck. Proved it
I already
again.
have the mouth
Fucking
movements and
break
stuff
the
like that working.
leg,
You have to do.
anything
Hold on.
today and be done with basketball. Ugly
when it comes to live 2D rigging, so I can make a VTuber model move and stuff like that, I have to do the face rigging, so like the mouth movement and it's the eye movement and stuff like that. I have to do that first, so I don't end up fucking up the body angles. So for example, not that. Why did I move that? So for example, if I say the eyes, let's say I want to like be angry, for example, making that before doing head angles are so much harder because if I just do warp deformers, the eye is moving and can be expressive along with like the head moving. You know? So that's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to like rig it out so I can at least have the head movements like work. But can a salsa? I didn't cut those many layers to make sure it could dance. You can make VTubers dance. I just don't know how. I'm still a beginner in a way. I only been rigging for 2 months, but I promise you, when I learn how to do this a bit better, I'll make it salsa for you. I'll make the model salsa for you.
Anorexic, no good. We promise you, you know he's cheating. Q, we won, and he hates you. There have been times that I have just been like deep in the trenches of unsafe lands where I just know all the occupants, all the residents of this online territory hate my existence. And I will go in the trenches, knee deep in the pure hatred spewing out in the comments against me. Mind you, not to give any of those people, like very aggressively hateful people, any grace, but those people, they don't even know me. I don't know them. I don't personally care for them. I have no interpersonal connection with them. And they still don't say such vile like, it's crazy. I know it sounds immature at times, which is why I think people aren't taking it as seriously. Well, they are, but it's not. They don't think the messages themselves are that detrimental. I think more people are focused on the fact that Kendra is crazy. But these messages this is like a freaking bombardment of hatred. If you look at maybe one message, sure, you could say it's goofy, but then when you look at thousands of them coming in nonstop, it's like suffocating.
Yeah, it's tough trying to figure out angles like this.
Pictures with vomit emojis thrown on top of Lauren's face, writing words like skank and all over the photos. And it's interesting because even a mean girl in high school will probably not have this level of bizarrely immature, pure hatred. And for Kendra to have that against her own daughter is bizarre. And I say immature hatred not because I don't think it's immature in the sense of, oh, this is dumb, but in the sense of like, this feels like jealousy in the purest form. It's not even complicated jealousy. You know, sometimes with jealousy, it's like, I want my family member to do well, but I get slightly jealous because I know when they do well, my parents will inevitably compare me to them and then put me down. So their happiness does directly impact my happiness, and it's like it's a little more complicated. This pure jealousy. It's weird. And she's just so mean. One text message not in the documentary, it just says, "You're no one." Off. Lauren doesn't respond, so she texts, "Speechless. Keep it that way." Another one just responds meanly, "Hey bitch, how you lunch? LMAO."
You know what? What's these text messages? You can tell us a fucking boomer.
One part of the court document reads, the texts go on to suggest that she is losing her peer group and that no one likes her. The effect of these messages have on a teen is devastating and will create lifelong trauma. Learning that this was her own mother that perpetrated this crime only exacerbates those effects tenfold.
Wait, did her dad find out? Yeah. And what was all of that reaction?
We'll get into it. Okay. He was devastated. One netizen
I bet he was.
She was obviously jealous of Lauren. Like, be for real, Kendra. And of course, netizens have taken to
damn, she bold to leave her alone. Her hair's not on yet. I didn't rig the hair.
Arguing, everybody has that these days, according to the internet. So, like, what does that even mean anymore? Some people are saying, is it borderline personality disorder? Others are arguing, again, everybody has that. Antisocial personality disorder. But the one that's being more seriously thrown around in this discourse is histrionic personality disorder. HPD.
It sucks doing the corners because I don't know how to like. You can't like.
Pattern of excessive emotionality and attention-seeking behaviors. People who genuinely are annoyed not being the center of attention.
You can't
they'll act in strangely inappropriate sexual ways in front of even coworkers just to get attention that they crave. Basically, another disorder that people like to slap typically on women on the internet, but usually incorrect. It's not that common to have HPD, but I do see how in this specific case, some netizens are coming to the theory that Kendra has it. Firstly, it's one of the nicer diagnoses that you can give her. The other one just being like a pervert pedophile. What they're basically saying, Kendra is the type to pretend to faint or get sick at everyone's birthday parties. And maybe that goes hand in hand with the jealousy that she feels for Lauren. The speculation online being that she cannot stand not being the center of attention, and she's being outshined by her daughter. I will say that HPD does have a very strong stigma, because I think the need to be the center of attention, and it comes off as someone who is very vapid or vain. But one good comparison that people have with HPD is they say like a character is like Harlequin. It's not like I just want everyone to look at. It's usually connected to some deep desire to feel accepted, and they just go about it in ways that could be slightly destructive to themselves. Nevertheless, a lot of people believe Kendra might have HPD, which does not excuse her actions, nor does it mean that someone with HPD would do something like this. It's just part of the discourse. A lot of people point to the way that even at basketball games, she's like doing the cartwheels with all the teen kids. Like, it's weird, but at the same time, she's bullying her own daughter for her basketball performance. Text messages read, LMFAO, 2 points. You suck. With one comment reading, she was jealous of her daughter. I mean, she was pretty good. She was pretty good at sports, was the #1 couple at school, and her mom envied the attention she got. So she tore down the town in order for her daughter to have a greater need for the mom in her life. Classic narcissistic abuse. Oh, another thing that was just so jolting in the court documents, Kendra kept a screenshot of all the text messages organized on her desktop. Literal PDF files.
The beam clean, seeing sunshine, how to participate in a raid. Raids usually happen at the end of a stream. So I'm not ending anytime soon, but usually if you just sit here and by the time it's like end, my bad, it's too much shit happening in my ears.
Not included in the court document.
Usually at the end of someone's stream, a raid will happen. Like I will raid you out to someone else's channel. I'm probably not going to end anytime soon since I'm still rigging, but this is a very low-key stream. Like, I'm usually very active and talkative, but because I'm doing, like, work right now for, like, another person, I'm focused, and I'm, like, telling people, like, that's why I put it as, like, a coworker stream, because, like, you know, other people usually be drawing or animating or doing homework, and they'll usually sit and listen to, like, it's kind of like we're in cuticles type shit. You know how you, like, are more progressive in your work if you have someone sitting next to you working, like, you know how people have like group study sessions and stuff like that. So that's what people will do. Actually, that reminds me, I should have just put myself in a co-working section of Twitch. I forgot that's a thing that I could do. I want to do that for next time, but usually like if someone's just like chilling and stuff like that, it's like, you know, how to explain it, it's like having someone just like be there. It lets you have like a faster progression in your work. It's like equivalent to like, I think the best example is mukbangers. You know how like people will get hungry so they want someone to eat with? That's how mukbang was created actually. I think it was mostly in Japan and stuff like that. Like in Asian countries, people were very lonely and they needed someone to eat food with. So they'll go find mukbang videos so they can have someone to eat food with. And that's why like a lot of people really like mukbangs. It's either for the sounds or it's because it helps them like with eating because they have someone to eat with. And that's kind of like how coworker streams are like, where it's like, I'm working on live2d stuff and you could be working on your own shit, which is why like I'm kind of silent because I'm on like a focus mode, you know? I think just having no one to hang out with, listen, because I don't know, because it's like it does like help a lot because I feel like I'm more active in my work if I sit in a Discord server and hang out with my friends. That's why you see me in my own Discord server so much because I'm just hanging out with my friends, listening to them yap, like they're my own personal podcast while I do my work. I've also been joining a lot of other VTuber servers because a lot of people will make coworker streams or streamer servers. Like I know like the Black Guild for Twitch, they end up having a lot of coworker streams. Same with like some other, I think artists and creators also have their own streams, stuff like that. Just say you're lonely, eat my dick. I am lonely, and I think you guys should sit here and hang out with me while I do my work. Okay, but yeah. It's like a little cuticle type situation. You like having someone around as you do your work. And that's what I've been doing for the past, what time is it? Oh my god, it's been 2.5 hours. I feel like I have not progressed much. Since I'm still new to live2d, a lot of stuff I feel like I'm not as fast in compared to other people. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish the head angles for the base of the face. And next I'll do the rest of the head angles tomorrow for the hair. And next, because I want to do more art streams, right? So I feel like having live2d streams or like regular art streams is a good way for me to like fill up my art quota, my self promo type shit. So I'm gonna do more art streams that are probably either, I don't know if it's gonna be low key or not. It depends on my mood. Like today's a low key day, you know. Hey man, I got my work done when Cup streams. Who's Cup? Oh, I was like, why am I a Cup? See, look, you're over here, got their work done. They're over there animating. They're doing tweening animations and stuff. So that means, what else do you stream? I usually stream games. Like a variety of different games that I find interesting. Like yesterday, I streamed No, I'm Not a Human, because that's got really popular recently. I think it got really popular because like a lot of famous YouTubers played it, like Corey Kenshin and stuff like that. And what's very interesting about the game is that still autocorrect, haha. I love autocorrect, bro. But so that game, for example, is a horror game where you have to differentiate human from monster, and if you obviously end up having the monsters hang out at your house, you die. And I think the game was very interesting just because everyone has a different outcome due to all of the survivors being randomized to see who's a monster and who's not. Like, for example, one person could be a visitor in my, like a regular human being in my gameplay, but they could be a monster in your gameplay. And that's why I really like that game. And I wanted to play it. I kept getting the bad endings though, so don't expect me to like be good at it if you watch the VOD. But I wouldn't mind playing that game again once I figure out what to do. I even like made a TikTok real quick this morning because I was just like, hey guys, why do I keep getting this bad ending while everyone else doesn't get this bad ending? And I was like, someone help me, please. I'm just gonna replay it later this week on my own just to like see how it happens. I just haven't had a chance to because literally all day today has been a homework day. It's been a work day. Like, I was doing my digital media homework, which was literally reading an article to making a blog post about whatever the fucking questions that the professor gave us. And then I did my sociology homework, which was actually, I like the sociology homework. It was very fun because we're doing a project where we have to like find out, I guess, like we just break down the society of a show that we pick. Like the professor let us choose our own shows. And I chose Arcane, like League of Legends Arcane, because it's pretty like not easy, but like it's there, it's in your face of like how different each like Piltover and Zon society is. So I felt like that would be a fun project to do. Also, it's like I watched Arcane before. Obviously, I could refresh myself, rewatch the series, and it's like write down the stuff because like I have like an enhanced mind since I watched the show like fucking twice. Watching it again today because I only watched episode 1 to 3 because there's so much info to take in just like 3 like hours, because like each episode's like an hour. In just 3 hours, like I can take in so much information about like the society that I like wrote down, because he said to only write down like 2 pages of like info, and my 2 pages are fucking filled. So let's pray to God I do well in that project in the first half of it. So I had to hand that in on Tuesday for him, and he's gonna now learn about some of the lore for our League of Legends. That's what's fun about League of Legends. The lore is absolutely wonderful. The story, the characters are so cool, but if you play the game itself, it's like a fucking disaster. It gives you like an actual like heart attack, a brain aneurysm. Like you feel true despair if you actually open up the League of Legends game. But the story and animations and art, glorious.
For privacy reasons, obviously, but it's weird. We're gonna touch up on that later. So that's theory number 1.
Bam.
But being jealous of her own daughter, which is a very real thing that happens, there is
I'm gonna
the
fix
other
the back of their
theory,
head.
the second theory. This is the one that Netflix kind of drove more into, which is cyber Munchausen by proxy. So to give you some context, Munchausen syndrome is someone who loves to pretend to be sick, to make themselves either literally sick or pretend to be sick to get sympathy. It's giving, I'm dying, but not actually. I just like that you're nice to me when you think I'm dying, and I think I look really good in a hospital gown. Munchausen by proxy is when a caretaker makes their caretaking subject, usually their child, sick. So everyone can rally around them. And this is actually a lot more dangerous because most of the time it's not pretend. Most of the time they are making their child sick and the child has no idea, and because the child can't lie to the doctor, so they just physically make them sick. These are the people that like to wrap their little cardigan around them and cry in the hospital waiting room. It's very terrifying. It's my poor child.
Call me a baked fish and deleting their message. I think you are a baked fish, bestie, but it's okay. You're a very delicious baked fish. You're my favorite baked fish. That's why we're homies.
Only for everyone to find out that they don't have any sort of terminal
Don't
illness
deny
while
what
they
your
are
true
healthy as a horse.
self is.
Then you have this case,
A baked fish.
cyber Munchausen by proxy. Lauren is getting bullied, cyberstalked, harassed, bullied. She is a victim. And
No.
Kendra is her poor, sympathetic mother trying to fight for justice to make sure her daughter is okay.
Don't lie
That
about
is
who you
theory.
truly are.
I mean, there have
Big
been
fish.
reports of people making fake accounts to bully themselves for sympathy. There have been other reports of people making fake accounts.
Fish is so
to bully their
fire.
friends.
Like, just as a
Okay,
thing
so
to
this is
eat.
where
I
it
love
gets
fish, bro.
There have been reports of person A making a fake account to bully their best friend online, person B.
At least you're delicious. I'm very proud of you for being delicious.
And then person A switches back to their real account and defends their best friend.
Oh.
To drive their best friend closer to them. Yeah.
Wow.
I know. I was down a rabbit hole looking into this because I was like, cyber Munchausen by proxy. How does that even work?
Wow, that's fascinating.
So now Kendra is a woman who cyberbullies her daughter so that she can feel needed. That is the theory out there on why Kendra did all of this.
Hopefully this looks okay. I can always adjust it as I keep going with making the head and the mouth and stuff like that. Because it looks weird now, but once I put the hair on and stuff,
way of making Lauren need her.
it'll look great.
You know, you do as a teenager need your mom, but not in that way.
I hate to have to do that
Lauren
side.
would come home upset about these text messages, and Kendra got to play the hero and be there for her.
Once you like get
The
the eyes
superintendent
done,
of the
everything's so
school
much
states
easier.
She wanted her daughter to need her in such a way that she was willing to hurt her, and this is the way she chose to do that, versus physically trying to make her ill, which is typical Munchausen behavior. It is not acceptable, but I think a lot of people have accepted it because it's just more digestible to think of it like that of, oh, okay, a mom who wants her daughter to need her seems a little bit more maternal and acceptable than, no, she literally hates her daughter. I think. 'Cause I don't know why so many people are running with this theory. I think there is maybe a little bit of this, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I mean, I think the one thing I'm like, okay, I could see that is she does use it as the whole purpose of her life.
I feel like okay, if she wants to do that, I would say, wouldn't she do it even more publicly on like platforms, on blogs, like just hating on
Kind of like make it similar looking to the other side.
So then the whole freaking make it more public maybe, but this is like very personal. She's like directly going after the daughter's insecurities.
Yeah. It's weird. And Kendra, she does make this whole thing her personality. She'll go to the school every day to talk about it. Someone gives her a suggestion of like, why don't you get her a new phone number? She'll ignore it, come back the next day, talk about it all over again. School members say, I mean, you got Kendra, and then you got Owen's mom, Jill, going to the school every day, just bitching at Dan, who's the principal. They're demanding that they go through kids' phones, but luckily the superintendent is like, hey, are you insane? You're not going to go through kids' phones. Like, we're not going to have interrogations of the basketball team. Side note, some of the sympathy farming, if you will, is weird. Kendra will take screenshots of the unknown sender texting her own daughter to self-exit, send it to Lauren's classmates, or sometimes even call them.
Now, why are you bothering these poor students?
They're actually very stressed out about this, and they feel like now every text or call from Kendra is going to be the one where they are told that Lauren is gone, because that's how concerned they are. One classmate says, how much can a little girl take? So people are saying that Jill, who is Owen's mom, is trying to get to the bottom of this. Every time she's talking to the principal, she's trying to implement new things to figure out who the texter is. Meanwhile, Kendra is just like sobbing. She's trying to get thoughts and prayers and a freaking casserole. That's the vibe. Which I don't know, but a lot of the documentary runs with this theory. Kendra again says, that's not why. She says, I'm not jealous of my daughter. This is also not why. She said that she wanted to protect her daughter. She says, when I was 17, I was R-worded. And as my daughter was hitting those teenage years, I got scared. I got very scared. I didn't want her.
There is a coworker section. I'm about to do that. I switched on Twitch, by the way.
That really led me to not knowing how to
I really should use that more.
It was hard because I was reliving what I had been through, but also at the same time wanting to protect her. I wanted to try to like control the outcome of her journey. I was afraid of letting her grow up some, right? Wanting to protect her and keep her safe and keep her close, and scared to let her grow up because scared of what could happen to her. A lot of people are like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? A lot of netizens are confused why Netflix didn't push back on Kendra's excuse. Side note, another text in the court docs we found was Lauren texting, I don't understand any of this, but it's becoming very hurtful, and honestly, I'll do anything for you to stop and leave our lives alone. Neither of us did anything to anyone to deserve this, and honestly, it just makes me very sad. Kendra, unknown sender, responds, shut the f up. Owen hates you, and he could care less about how your ugly anorexic ass feels.
You only said the same 5 things. She said the same 5 insults each time.
We will see when you get caught, and I hope you know our lives and feelings are not a game at all. And it's sad you act like you're proud of this. And I might be worthless or whatever you're calling me, but you're not worth my time, so please just stop. Kendra just responds,
And you can't block them, right?
up,
Yeah,
and
no, hold on. Did she try blocking him?
us and you worthless trash to him. One netizen comments, I think she texted
The mom
about
can't have those many
she was projecting
phone
her
numbers.
insecurities onto her daughter. The mother felt worthless,
Right?
losing her jobs, and probably felt like self-exiting, so she
The
texted her
same
daughter to
5
hurt herself,
songs.
and
The
maybe
same
she was
5
jealous that her
songs.
daughter was having happy teenage years, carefree teenage years, while she was not.
I don't know.
There is another theory in the documentary that's touched up on for like 2 seconds, which is Kendra was obsessed with Owen. So like the jealousy of her
I can
daughter
tell.
is
Damn.
stemming from the fact that she's jealous that her daughter is dating Owen. Kendra wants a 13-year-old boy is the theory. And it mainly
I
comes
know
from
she does.
Owen's mom stating that she believes Kendra was obsessed. Kendra's own text messages, a lot of them do come off very strangely. So one text message reads,
I don't do that.
you will never take him away from me. You will never win when it comes to him. I will always win, and I have always and will always be more important to him. Owen loves me, and I will always be the girl he loves.
I know
You will
being
not
the
come into
husband
his
has
life and
to be
take
an
him away from me.
insane
That
thing
will
to
not
experience.
happen. You are a
Honey, why are you
and I
trying to
want you
diddle a
out of his life.
16-year-old boy?
He will always be with me while your lonely, ugly ass is alone. Owen and I need each other. Sorry, not sorry. Lauren responds, I'm sorry you feel it's okay to say stuff, and if it makes you feel better about yourself, then good for you. I don't care what you say. Owen and I are solid, and you're not going to break us up. The response later to that is, this phone number is no longer in service. Because she likes to change her phone number a lot.
Oh, okay, so she does change her
And
phone
so
number.
it
What a
just
fucking
feels
loser.
What in the
It
world?
feels
She's
like
so
targeted
weird,
towards
brother.
Lauren, yes, but it does feel weirdly obsessive with Owen.
Yeah.
Another text reads, you are worthless
Poor
and mean nothing. You
Owen.
never have. Get a f***ing life out of here. Owen will never look at you again or talk to you. You f***ed his life so bad. His family f***ing hates you for it, and he will never in his life acknowledge you again. Get the f*** lost. He is done with you. You embarrass him for real.
These
He picks
couples,
us over you every
both
day
these
at school.
kids.
He always has and always will.
Drama.
LOL, he hates you. You
Okay, I think it looks
embarrass him,
okay.
make him
I think it looks pretty good.
miserable. He avoids your sorry ass.
Now I
all
gotta do
day.
the other
You see him
part.
pick us over
Ugh.
you for real. Your worst girlfriend. He wants zero
I kinda like
with
that
your
tilt.
sorry, ugly, anorexic
But
ass.
like, I might have to switch it out
It just feels
later.
like some sort of
I think
unhinged
it's fine.
weird
I think it's fine that
obsession.
tilt. I
A
think it
lot
looks
of
nice
people
that
say
tilt.
that it just feels like jealousy in the purest form, saying things like he wants
It
sex,
is.
BJs, and making out. Again, this is sent from a middle-aged woman to a 13-year-old boy and
This bitch
to
needs a
her own
job.
daughter. You don't give it up. He cheated on your ass for more. She's an ugly, anorexic, and sucks at everything. Ain't no one like her. She up on your boys, don't talk to her. Basically accusing Lauren of talking to Owen's friends. Owen, you f***ing promised, do not talk to her. She ain't worth it. People argue online that whether it was jealousy towards her own daughter, Munchausen by proxy, cyber Munchausen by proxy, whatever you want to call it, none of these text messages are appropriate to write to 13-year-olds. And you can't really write it, some netizens are arguing, without feeling something towards that boy. It's just kind of incomprehensible.
Right. Yeah, like these messages are really alarming to say
You're running outside.
towards about a 13-year-old boy.
Yeah. Another message reads, Owen loves me, and I will always be the girl he loves. He will be with me while your lonely, ugly ass is
This
alone.
old hag.
In the documentary, Kendra says he liked, talking about Lauren and Owen. They liked a lot of the same stuff, a lot of the sports. They went trick-or-treating together, little things like that. How can you say they like trick-or-treating, recognize how young they are, and still text things like this? Further proof that netizens feel show that Kendra was obsessed with Owen is all of the text messages seem to center around them breaking up the golden couple because Owen likes us more than Lauren. Quote, we will win. Well, Kendra does win because Lauren and Owen end up breaking up. Owen says we were on FaceTime.
Work on
and
your PNG tuber. Take a break from Twinning.
It's clear the texter wanted them to break up. Owen says maybe if we give them what they want and they stop, maybe one day we can try again.
Or if we're really close to finishing the tweening,
Just in the midst
lock in
of all of this.
and finish it.
And he thought it was going to get better because that was the whole point of all these messages is for them to break up. But it doesn't get better because months later, he goes to an away game and he meets this girl from a neighboring city like 2 hours away. They're not officially dating, they're just talking. But then he wakes up to a text from her. My mom just got a random text from someone. Owen is like, here we go again. It's the same format, same words, telling the girl from Pinconning to back off of me because I'm theirs. The texter went out of their way to find her mom's phone number that lives in Pinconning. I just felt like I couldn't do anything about it. I had no...
Wait. texting the girl's mom?
Yeah, this like random girl's mom.
But not texting the girl
No.
or Owen.
No.
What?
I just felt like I couldn't do anything about it. I had no freedom. I felt like I couldn't date anyone because I was putting them in danger. And I just didn't want them to go through the same thing that Lauren went through. It would eat me alive each and every day. I feel like I was losing trust in everyone. In a text thread, the girl is asking him, "You know who it is?" "No. My mom just got another text this morning. I'm really sorry." Owen states, "So me and the girl from Pinconning ended up breaking up because of this." Furthermore, there's an anonymous tip that gets sent in accusing Lauren of bullying Owen that is sent in by Kendra herself. It feels like in some respects, she's competing with her own daughter and all these other girls for this 13-year-old boy. When they were dating, you know, Kendra would go out of her way to go on these dates with Lauren and Owen to take pictures of them. She signed up to coach Owen's track team. She wanted to become his, quote, second mom. She went out of her way to drive Lauren 3 hours to watch one of Owen's championship games.
Because you're not done with it. It's like a trust the process, bestie.
Kendra thought, why don't we turn it into a whole Licari family vacation? To which Jill, Owen's mom, gently told her, maybe not. But now in hindsight, it just seems strange because even after the breakup, Kendra is attending games that Lauren is not going to, sitting right next to Owen's mom, Jill. Owen's mom, Jill, says, "I think she became obsessed with Owen," which is hard being a mom and that she's a grown woman. But I think there was some level of relationship that she wanted to have with Owen that obviously is not acceptable at her age. If you looked at the way she treated him, how she glorified him, how she would go out of her way to do anything and everything for him and just be noticed by him, she would just randomly text him and try to keep a connection with him. She came to all his sporting events even after Lauren and him broke up. This is disgusting.
Weird.
She's weird.
Says, "It felt like she was attracted to me. She was super friendly, super like, here, I'll get this for you. I'll go do this for you." You know, it just wasn't like, it wasn't like it was my girlfriend's mom. It felt like it was something more. She would do things for me. She would cut my own steak for me. It was just to the point
fucking
where
weird old bitch, bro.
Too weird. When the police show up with a search warrant for Kendra's devices, they straight up ask Kendra, "Is there an infatuation there with Owen?" And she says, "No, nothing like that."
How do you feel? Does it feel weird?
Feels weird. Now, need I remind you, she is also texting, "Hi Lauren, Owen is breaking up with you. My tits in his face, making him horny, make it cream." So, one person also states that they saw Kendra take Lauren's phone. This is like another student at the school. They saw Kendra take Lauren's phone, read through Lauren's messages with Owen, and then proceed to text him back, "I love you," pretending to be Lauren.
What?
Regardless, when Kendra is confronted, Officer Maine tells her, "Okay, just like tell me, you know, did he treat Lauren bad? Was it an infatuation?" I mean,
I think it's okay.
Because it went on for a while. And she says,
What does that mean?
She just won't respond. It seems like she's just looking for the best way to come off as least unhinged as possible. She says, "It didn't start that way." I'm sure it didn't. I don't even know.
So they were dating.
There's a nose. I'm like, where's the nose?
So how did it really start? Like, why did it start after? Did it start during when they were still dating?
It did.
Was he treating her bad?
But it didn't. The first ones didn't start like with me.
Okay.
I will say that those ones were like random or whatever.
So somebody else started those. You don't know.
But then I
This bitch.
fed off of it some.
Lying on her fucking
Was
tape.
it because they broke up?
No.
What's going on? Like,
One court document states the following. Repeatedly, Miss Licari called her own daughter terrible names and suggested that Owen was interested in other girls and that she could never please him the way he wanted. The sexually suggested text and repeated messages calling her ugly, anorexic, and worthless all seemed to be designed to cause mental anguish to Lauren and break up the teen's relationship. Truly, I have no clue how she wasn't charged with some sort of sexual crime against a minor. In one message from the court doc, she messages them about how she sits next to them in science class and they talk about fingering and jerking. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah.
So what did she get charged?
That's one thing that I really hate about old people. Boomers and shit like that. Old people, gen, whatever the fuck. Millennials, that's what it is. They all just assume teenagers' one and only mindset is sex, and it pisses me off to no one because some people were just like, they're just a vibe when they're in a relationship. They don't always want to fuck. But every single text she sends about him, she's like, yeah, we fingered each other butthole. Shut the fuck up and leave these damn kids alone. It's making me fucking lose my shit. I hate that shit.
Stalking a minor and
She's weird.
obstruction of justice.
Throw her under jail.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
All of this is just considered stalking a minor.
Yeah.
Is there sentencing or?
Yes. So she pled guilty. She actually had like 5 different counts, but she pled guilty to 2 counts of stalking a minor. And she did ultimately receive just 19 months, which is like nothing. But I think there was an argument of there was no crime, a sexual crime, because there was no trying to set up. She didn't send any lewd photos. She didn't try to ask for photos. She didn't try to solicit a minor to meet with her.
I don't give a damn.
To conduct some sort of illegal activity. I
Throw her
still
under
don't
jail.
understand how this doesn't count as sexual harassment at the very least of a minor, but
yeah.
I mean, she just has a sick obsession with the word creamy, cream, and sometimes she will literally just text cream and then another one in caps, cream, and another message. Remember when he used to touch my leg? He be touching more now. He always pick me. Bedroom pics coming. Be jealous. He hitting 30 now. LMFAO. But then in comes a new theory. So after watching the documentary, some people feel that Jill, Owen's mother, was the target. And not as in Kendra wants her, or as maybe wants to be accepted by her, wants to be taken in as a best friend by Owen's mom. Owen's parents have the life that it appears Kendra really wanted. Kendra really wanted that quintessential small town popular parents lifestyle storyline. Owen's dad was the star outfielder for baseball at Beale City High School. Jill was a Beale City cheerleader.
I don't know how to know that. I'm gonna be
report,
real, guys.
Kendra always talked about Lauren and Owen like they were going to
Who cares? Lock her away, no, literally.
So the theory being she wanted the kids to get married just so she could have a good standing in the community as one of the popular parents. Owen starts pulling away because of these text messages. This is like a few weeks before they break up. And he's just saying it's hard to be with someone after all of that.
Meanwhile, I feel bad for her, the daughter. She really lost her boyfriend to her crazy fucking mom.
Kendra is texting Lauren in the gym. So they're in the gym together. And Kendra is texting Lauren. Lauren is not sitting next to Owen. They're on rocky footing. And she's texting her daughter, sit next to him, answer me, come here now. I'm pissed. Move your ass now. Now. I'm fuming, pissed off. This is f***ing ridiculous. Answer me and move your ass.
What is happening? So she did all of that to break them up.
Yeah, so that's why some people are like, it doesn't make sense. And like, it's complicated. There is a cut article that focuses on this. The Netflix documentary focuses more on Cyber Munchausen. And then the court documents is like a blend of everything. So it's like when you just have one piece of the media, when you just watch the documentary or you just read the cut article, it all seems like, oh no, it was because of this. It was because of this. But then when you put it all together, it's like, she's crazy.
So what did the cut article focus on?
Well, they're providing these text messages. I mean, they didn't really expand more on it, but it just, maybe it seems like that's the reason. Maybe if she thought Lauren and Owen got married, she would be connected to one of the more popular families in Beale City.
Or maybe she knows that now she is going to be more distant from Owen.
True.
Right? They're broken up. There's no reason for her to be hanging out with Owen now.
Yeah.
Another ad.
When my sister found out
I
that
wish
she
it
was
would.
pregnant with
I don't know why it
nieces,
doesn't.
one of the first things we did
Flip.
was set up
Kinda
a
makes me
college
sad.
fund. By the time that they're 18 years old, which I know is coming up, and to get started, paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 2 compensation provided. Investing involves risks. Acorns Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com.
She's very good at making these ads now. I hate that. Leave me the hell alone.
But the text messages are weird, and even after the breakup, Kendra goes to sit with Jill at Owen's games, and Jill would be on the phone with Kendra even after the breakup because they're just trying to get to the bottom of who is sending all these messages, and Kendra was more occupied with the idea of the kids getting back together. She would be talking to Jill like, Owen only broke up with her because of the text messages, right? Some text messages after the breakup from the unknown sender read, he wants a real girl with a body and about getting down. He's done with goody-goody that ain't giving it up. He on to better. Some netizens are theorizing that maybe she is bullying her own daughter to push her
to do more
so that they can stay together.
That is
We take big break in Roblox.
I feel like every theory is more
Enjoy
sick
Roblox.
and twisted than the last.
Wow.
In the documentary, Kendra also talks about Jill like they're best friends. Kendra says, Jill and I spoke about it. When we were together, we could just talk about anything, share things, kind of like feel like a support there. And there are constant messages from the unknown sender oddly stating that Owen's family loves her more than Lauren, which again is odd. One text reads, girl, please, you can't stop us. And we as mom's faves. She all about us. She loves us. Sorry, not you. Owen messaging us right now. Another one pulled from the court doc reads, we know who his mom wants him with. It's clear. Get on Facebook and you'll see. Another one, what the be with his mom at the game. For real, he don't want you near his family. Whatever, they like me, not you. He is over your sorry ass. Stay the way. Told you before, you never take my place. He hates you. It's weird.
So after they broke up.
Oh my god, you got refunded rebooks?
Are these the message after they broke up?
The messages actually get
Roblox
worse
be doing
after.
everything but
We talk
keeping
every
my
day.
clothes in
You
check. They always want to take
I'm
my clothes
better and
away.
Give him what he wants. Leave him and his family alone. So maybe there's like a yearning of a sense of belonging with Jill, Owen's
Look,
mom.
Roblox.
They're fighting this bad guy together, bringing them closer, bringing their kids together was maybe what she thought she was doing, pushing the two families to be trauma bonded together, and nobody else can understand them. Nobody else knows what they're going through. Nobody else can understand and stick together type of mentality. One portion of the court doc reads, to date, we are left to speculate the motive for this crime, but it appears that the goal was simply to cause mental torture to her daughter and then be there to support her in her time of need. It should not be overlooked that Miss Licari may have had an unhealthy infatuation with Owen that caused her to create a rift in their relationship. People are confused. Then we just have the pure chaos theory. She just gives the energy that she wants to sow absolute chaos and be the center of attention, as how some netizens feel. For over a year, Kendra is playing Sherlock Holmes, Scooby-Doo, Criminal Minds, except it's her own brain scan. Dan Boyer, the principal of the high school, he thought he was going to figure it out. He thought he was going to crack the freaking code. But it just, I mean, Kendra would come in, she would be so upset every single day, talking to parents, talking to Dan. She would frame the other kids. Also, another thing, I don't know how anybody thought that this was a teenager texting them, because
no, literally,
the way that the text messages, it was just grammatically atrocious to the point where it is clearly an adult trying to be a 13-year-old. Eventually, Kendra just like drops the G to everything.
The fact that as a 13-year-old is even crazy.
Everything becomes everything, playing, nothing, which is somewhat more acceptable, but then she even drops it for leggings, which now become leggings.
Apparently, they took a couple out from me, but I don't remember because it's been a while. I got like emails on my like Roblox account being like, "Hey, here's your V-Bucks back. We took some stuff away," and I was like, "Hey, don't do that. My fit, my style, my drip is being stolen."
She has been lying to Sean, her husband. She's been lying to Lauren about having a job, spending 8 hours a day doing this, and then showing up to the school every day, demanding answers, pointing fingers, just mayhem. This woman is a menace, and she's complaining. She complains in the Netflix documentary. She says, we were hoping for some type of action, right? So we really thought the school would, kind of, let's see what we can do. Unfortunately, in my opinion, I don't think the school handled things very well. Ma'am, you're the one sending the messages.
I have my
Why
fish
are you
tail
commenting
now?
on the investigation into you?
Yankee was
the
so
local
grim.
sheriff's office decides that they are going to try and get to the bottom of this case.
It's
And they go
okay,
about
my
it
little
for a
fishless
year
fish.
in the most
Hey,
bizarre
hold on.
way.
You said that you weren't a big
Sarah
fish.
Kane is
Well,
like,
truly, you're not a big fish
"Should've
anymore.
got it."
They took your
The messages
fucking
started
fishness
around
away.
Halloween. Who was hosting
Yo,
the
fish
Halloween
skin.
party? Chloe Wilson. You know what Chloe Wilson, a lot of the kids said? She likes to use the word bruh.
Bruh.
A lot of the text messages say bruh. Her dad's a cop. Her mom is a popular mom at the school, and this is like the popular family. So
I'm
is
giving
it
it hair, I
Chloe?
guess.
Now it does
R.I.P. the
appear
fish
in
fit.
the documentary that Chloe has a bit of a reputation as a mean
I think
girl.
the outfit I got
Some
ruined
say
for me
that
was like
she
one of
is
my
a mean
cinnamon
girl
roll
at the
outfits,
school. Others
and that's
say
what I
that
had
she's
like
just
fixed when I
popular
was on
and
Roblox.
confident and has leadership qualities. And
And I
just
did.
to give you
I
an
got a
idea,
cute outfit now.
Chloe has
We keep
two
cinnamon
best
roll outfit
friends,
now.
Sophie and Macy. They are like the trio. Lauren's not really part of this group, and all three of them are close with Owen. But there were allegations that Chloe and her friends threw carrots at a girl named Adriana, who also happens to be Owen's cousin. To which Chloe's mom says, there were just multiple allegations against Chloe where she was bullying or she wasn't being nice to this person. The principal called Chloe in constantly, and she's like, I'm not doing anything. Her dad, Mr. Cop Wilson, says she was a leader at the time. She had a huge friend group. It spanned to several other schools, you know? So I think that to some people, I'm not going to say they were offended by that, but maybe they wanted that sort of thing for themselves. A lot of people don't like this family after the documentary. And I don't know. I think it's bad to say whether we like or dislike Chloe. I think it's hard to say. And she's in such formative years of her life. But the parents definitely give off mean energy. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of netizens have been commenting, yeah, the girls definitely threw the carrots, for sure. But Chloe, has known Owen since they were younger, and they've always had this on and off crush situation. Both of them kind of had crushes on each other, but never ended up dating. The reason a lot of people thought it was her at first is because she seemed really jealous of Owen's relationship with Lauren. Sophie says about Chloe and Owen, I don't know how to explain their relationship. They were a little bit more than friends. They kind of always liked each other. Owen and Chloe became like really good friends, and then he started dating Lauren, is what Sophie says. Even Owen admits Lauren and Chloe never got along. Chloe wasn't the nicest person. She's not a bully, but she wasn't a nice person by any means, and I think she said some things to Lauren that just made Lauren not like her. Lauren says Chloe always had a crush on Owen. I think she would always just go and
give me my goddamn mouth.
I didn't like her because I feel like we just had two completely different vibes. We played basketball together, and we just didn't match each other. So when the unknown sender starts intentionally texting about Lauren's bad basketball games and taunting her about her scores, it feels like it might be Chloe who's very competitive on the team. And then there's a message where the unknown sender is like, you scored basically no points. I scored 12. Loser. Kendra is the volunteer scorekeeper at the games. She helps Lauren look up who on the team scored 12 points. And what do you know? The only person that scored 12 points that night was Chloe.
She's framing.
Kendra is framing Chloe.
Wow.
It's like some fucking crazy ass drama.
Kendra's framing Chloe. Chloe's getting investigated by Officer
Kurt?
Min.
Who's
Her
Kurt?
friends are investigating her. Chloe's so fed up, she ends up giving her phone to Owen for the day. She's like, take my phone. Take my freaking phone, and if you get text messages, then it's not from me.
And then there's no message?
There's still messages coming in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Imagine she did it like
If
that.
mom found out, then she would be like, I'm not texting. Okay.
No. So there's no messages. And then even after all of that, nobody believes Chloe. So then her dad, who happens to be a cop, is like, hey, just get your phone extracted. Like, do a phone poll, right? Do a full digital extraction of your phone, which will show when you delete things like house long to die in cold. It'll show you all those things. What apps you've used, hidden, stuff like that, all of that. I'll allow it. So then they do it, and there's nothing. And Chloe's parents have been adamant until since the beginning that it was not their daughter. They even text the sheriff personally.
Okay.
Honestly, Mike, I don't know if you know Kendra or not, but you really need to be cautious. There's a pretty good part of me that thinks that she may be very well doing this. This is what Chloe's dad texts Officer Maine.
Curb got scalped. That my brain had a fucking.
In the court documents we received,
Stupid.
in the interview notes,
He still
the
got
officer
hair.
writes about Chloe's dad.
What are you talking about?
Have you looked at Kendra Licari as a possible suspect? She has had some issues in the past with Chloe. She used to coach Chloe. Chloe got bumped up, and Kendra was very upset about it.
What does that mean, bumped up?
I guess on the team. Like, she was doing better on the team, and Kendra was getting very upset about it. And if there's one thing Kendra's going to do, it's just too much.
Wait, how did the dad know? So the dad, Chloe's dad, kind of knew from the get-go.
Yeah.
But nobody else hadn't believed it. Huh.
After Chloe gives an extraction of her phone, another message comes in. Chiz, I talked police yesterday, then kept my phone.
Talked police?
Searched it, copied it, found nothing bad. Yeah.
Still doing it.
Yeah. And then a picture of Chloe and Owen hanging out is sent, and then girls be spending night at real cream. I don't know
The
what
fuck
that
are you
means, but
talking
ever since
about?
September, everyone realized
The
there's
fuck
just
we
no way
talking
there's
about?
Chloe, which is how Owen's own cousin is the next to be accused, because she is one of the few people that would dislike Chloe enough to frame her for this. She is the one that alleged Chloe and her friends threw carrots at her. Adriana says nervously, they had their group, and if you weren't part of their group, you were considered what I call the outsiders. And if you were an outsider, they weren't nice to you.
That's
Sophie,
the cousin?
No, this is Sophie. Sophie says, when we were in middle school, Adriana made up this rumor that we bullied her and that we threw carrots at her. There's no one else that would dislike us that much to make it sound like we were bullying someone else. Meanwhile, Chloe's parents state, parents were involved making Facebook posts. Adriana's mom was saying I'm a victim, that kind of journey. So my finger is pointing towards Adriana. That's what I think it is. So they either think it's Kendra or Adriana. And most people are leaning towards Adriana because they're like, oh, well, she's probably trying to get back at Chloe.
Okay, so that's interesting. So you're saying at this point, there are already fingers pointing at Kendra.
Yes. Okay, that's also another thing. So in the documentary, it seems like a lot of people didn't even suspect Kendra.
Right.
But then in a lot of different articles around that time when it actually happened, a lot of sources are saying a lot of the parents in town suspected Kendra.
Wow.
Because of the way she was behaving.
Okay, and she's still going on with her texts, even though people are already coming up? Okay, yeah. Wow.
And additionally, there's a picture sent by the unknown sender of a gift that someone had taken at a Christmas gathering, which only Owen and his extended family would have been able to get. I don't know how Kendra got that photo, but she did. So that's why Adriana was suspected for a really long time, which I'm imagining naturally put a divide into Owen's family. Adriana says, I just didn't know how people thought that I could do it. It was just very hurtful because I was the quiet kid at school. Like, I didn't really talk to anybody. I wronged nobody. I was just kind of confused as why they thought I would do that. Yeah. Walking into class after being questioned by Sheriff Maine, everybody was looking at me like they knew what happened. They were looking at me like they knew I was guilty. Kendra is just ruining everybody's lives at this point.
Yeah, literally.
At one point, people start suspecting Lauren, and Kendra is feeding that on too. She's submitting anonymous tips onto OK to Say, which is like an anonymous tip site for high schools, and basically saying, yeah, I think Lauren could be trying to doing this for attention.
To herself.
Basically. One part of the court document reads, at numerous stages of the commission of this crime, Miss Licari had an opportunity to simply quit, but instead she continued to harass the victim, further inject herself into the case by attempting to thwart the police investigation with false leads and deceitful information. She broke up a group of friends for seemingly no reason other than personal gratification. And Kendra Kendra texts with another new number, okay?
Brother.
Pretending to be a friend of Chloe.
Okay.
And text Lauren and Owen, quote, I don't know either of you that well. I got your numbers from a friend. I know the people messaging you. I reported it to OK to Say. I was with one of them while they were doing it. I hope reporting it helps. I recommend being very careful. They were lying and from what I learned, putting on a very good act. It makes me sick to my stomach to know that they're proud of breaking you guys up. I don't want to be friends with anyone who does this, and I'm going to distance myself from those relationships. I'm just going to leave it to volleyball only. Which Chloe and Sophie and Macy are all part of the volleyball team. I talked to my parents. We made the decision to report through OK to Say, and if needed, they will call the school. You both seem very nice. Hope this helps.
Yo, she is sick and
She's
twisted.
evil.
There are so many layers to this, and all I have to say is that Kendra genuinely terrifies me. And at one point, she straight up just texts, bruh, the UP Blue Ice is shit. UP being an area in Michigan where Chloe was for winter break, and then immediately texts back, wrong person, sorry. It's winter break. Chloe is in UP. Everybody knows she's there. She texts after sorry not sorry, you look ugly in leggings. Bruh, the UP Blue Ice and
like she's on vacation.
Yeah, and then immediately, wrong person, sorry.
Yo.
Or maybe she was just trying to frame them, because in the full body cam footage that we received, I did see some part that was interesting. Kendra's explaining that she sent the messages because, quote, Lauren struggled with a group of kids at school for a long time, and she was having a really hard, because they were targeting her in a sense, and they were trying to come in between them and do all this stuff. So that's just very interesting. Now, Sean Licari, Lauren's dad, was just not having a good day that day. He found out that day that not only is his wife, the mother of his child, the one sending these messages, but she hasn't had a job in over a year, and she's been lying to him about all of that. All of it.
Did we see his reaction?
Yeah, and he's upset. he's trying to confront her, like, you need to tell me now in front of the cops, because if they leave and I'm talking to you, like, one of us is going to get arrested and then no one can take care of Lauren. He's like, what the hell are you saying? You haven't had a job. And at one point she says that she quit from a job recently, but she was let go like a year ago.
But so he's upset with that, obviously, because she's lying. But is he upset about the daughter situation?
A lot of people were upset with Sean about it because in the body cam footage, it seems like he's more fixated on the job thing.
Right.
I will say, though, I think a lot of it probably has to do with the fact that the job thing is something that he can actually express anger about. It's something I think is more manageable in his mind to showcase his anger, because it seems like Sean is a really good support system for Lauren. Afterwards, he does divorce Kendra immediately, but I think the text message thing is so shocking. I don't even think he can wrap his mind around it to even ask her the right questions or any questions.
Are you telling me the truth? Or are you lying? When did you go from there?
The same time.
So you've been lying to me for like 6 months, a year, and you haven't been working for Texas?
Right.
So I think he starts with the job thing. I also wonder if there's more to the job thing, because in one of the other articles, it was talking about how, and this wasn't in the documentary, so it's just kind of like piecing together all the things. It was talking about how a lot of people that worked with Sean knew that something was off with Kendra, because Sean would come into the auto body shop, he's a mechanic, and he would talk about how, well, they're getting evicted because they were scammed by some person in New Mexico. The car, and he believes all of it, and all the coworkers are like,
So they're like financially stranded for a year.
Yes, and Kendra is making up all sorts of crazy lies. Oh, her check bounced for the kids something because she had someone hack her. And Sean just believes it, and I wonder if it got to the point where he confronted Kendra and Kendra got mad at him and he's defending Kendra. I don't know. I don't know. But I think netizens are being hard on him and Lauren based off of this body cam footage.
Lauren?
Yeah, because she doesn't really show much emotion, and that even caused people to accuse her of being part of it.
How old was she then?
15. I think, first of all, I think the language that the officer gave was so vague, and I think the officer said it in such a way where it was almost too sympathetic to Kendra for Lauren to have. I think I wouldn't know how to respond to that.
Yeah.
It's just a weird conversation. And then it's shock to be like, oh, it's your mom who's been telling you to self-exit for 2 years straight and talking about how Cream and your 13-year-old boyfriend who broke up with you would break your heart. Like, it's weird.
Why?
And then additionally, I
What are you
also
playing,
think that
brother?
she kind of keeps looking at Kendra frequently. And I wonder if you grow up with a parent like that, you're constantly gauging their reactions and then trying to even subconsciously react in a way that you think that they will not have such a big reaction towards your reaction.
Yeah. I see the complication of the emotions. Like the mom's super manipulative, and yeah.
Because even at the end, Sean is like, you're gonna go. You're gonna call your parents and you're gonna go. And Kendra is like on top of Lauren, is like, no, I can't leave her. And he's like, no, you're gonna go.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, you need to go somewhere tonight. I don't know where you gotta go, but she's gotta go.
Now, the last theory is very dark, and I don't think it's a big theory, but there are people who believe and speculate and are concerned, stating they felt like it's crazy how this went on for so long, and they believe that Lauren was likely in a lot more danger.
We need to change the rules of online dating.
Girl, I don't give a damn.
Fight for what you've built.
How to make me hate a movie in 2.5 seconds. I'm never watching this shit. Kill you. Respectfully die.
Then people are leading on. They suspect that Kendra wanted Lauren to self-exit so that she could trauma bond with Owen and his family and get the town's sympathy, as well as unload financial burdens and perhaps even her jealousy against Lauren. Netizens point out the messages of like, you done, he hates you, he said he regrets you, you were a mistake, he said you never meant anything to him and his life would be better if you were dead. Just the constant focusing on being dead is just a lot.
Yeah.
Jill, Owen's mom, says at one point her and Kendra had gone in to talk to the sheriff. And the sheriff is like, well, are you scared that your children are going to self-harm? Because these are the messages that they're getting. I mean, primarily Lauren. And Kendra is quiet to the point where Jill responds, the answer is yes, Kendra, we are afraid Lauren could hurt herself. Kendra says in the Netflix documentary, because she's asked, were you afraid she was going to hurt herself? Because there were messages telling her to self-exit. So I can say that I was not scared of her hurting herself. And I know some people may question that or diminish that or whatever, but I know Lauren and I know the conversations that her and I have. But if you didn't know her as well as I did, it might be different.
It sounded like she's trying to give herself grace of like, that's why I send it, because I know nothing's going to happen to her.
This was not in the documentary, but some more messages in the court doc read. Choke on more pills, we could care less. Owen promise we won't get in trouble. Off, take more pills. No one cares about your anorexic, ugly, worthless bitch. She shouldn't have showed her face today. Her fault for being here. Let's go do this. Finish the weak ass. Hate the fucking destroy.
I hate this.
Finish her tomorrow. Fucking beat you. We finish it. What the we said? Show you, bitch. Fucking be gone. Make our lives better. Fuck you, mother. You know what the went down. We ain't lying. We hung this weekend. Fucking she a weak ass bitch. Need a beat out of her. His sisters say you a pitiful bitch. Ain't got no friends. And a lot of people also point to the fact that she texts this. Early on, before she's sending all of these like self-exit messages, she sends one. And then 30 minutes later, she takes it back. She says, sorry, I shouldn't say dead. That was too far. Because in previous messages, she was saying like, he wants you dead. We all want you dead. And then she texts, sorry, I shouldn't say dead. That was too far. So it just feels like, and then a few months later, she's like full on like, be gone. It just feels like you have to put, you're not just texting these things as like, oh, that sounds like bullying. Because if you're saying, sorry, like dead was too far, it sounds like you mean a lot of the things you're saying. Others are saying, well, I mean, you spent 2 years bullying your own daughter with her biggest insecurities.
I'm trying so hard. It takes so long.
How do you not?
Because I'm trying so hard to make it novel like ass.
One netizen theory states, Kendra wanted Lauren to self-exit so she didn't have to do anything, even though she's speaking in third person on those text messages. She meant everything.
What's up, nerd?
My theory.
How you doing?
Her daughter gone. Others are speculating it's because
doing
Kendra
live 2d
is
rigging.
not from the area. Sean is. She
struggling
married
with live 2d
Sean,
rigging.
but she doesn't really have a good standing in the area. She's not really a popular parent, and maybe she wanted to fit in and get sympathy and do all of these things if Lauren was gone.
No, I'm on Twitch too.
That Kendra has no
I'm on both.
Even during the initial search warrant where there's body cam footage, she lies about not having 2 phones. It's actually Sean who outs her and is like, did you get all of her devices? Because she's got another phone. And it's like hidden outside the house in a little like wooden box.
You're kidding me. So Sean always knew she got 2 phones.
Yeah, he thought it was a work phone. But now he was like putting it together like, oh, well, you got to make sure you get all her phones because I thought it was a work phone. But if you're telling me she's not even working, then I don't know what that phone is, basically.
So where was the phone?
It was hidden outside near the side of the house, like wedged.
Forgot to open my Twitch. No, you're fine. I am just doing a co-working stream, so that's why I'm not very active for talking wise.
Hey, so you need to tell us where all your devices are. We don't want to, but we will flip this house upside down and look for every single one, unless you just tell us. So she tells them. And about that day, Kendra will later tell Netflix, it was a very high emotional day in our house. A day of confusion, unknown answers, shock, a day of not knowing how we move forward to the next day. So it was a hard day, but at the same time, it was an end. I think it was more of a mistake. It took me out of real life in a sense, even though it was real life. So when I was doing that, I wasn't myself. It removed me from everyday life. Just kept going and going, you know?
Wow, that's a way to describe it.
Yeah. Lauren says, I think the shock feeling turned into sad, which turned into mad, which turned into crazy. I didn't even know how to describe the feeling. Why would mom do this? Like, did she really have to do this? Like, I can't believe it, honestly. I was just really confused. She told me to self-exit. It makes me feel a little bit sad. Like, why is my own mom telling me to do that? I've like talked to her about it, but not necessarily like, why did you tell me to self-exit? I still question it every day. Like, I still don't know why. The documentary director is later interviewed by Variety, and they state, Kendra is a little bit of an enigma.
Jesus.
I think that she had a lot of time to think about what she did. She She was in therapy when she was incarcerated, and I believe that she's still seeing a therapist. She had put thought into what she did. I don't know that she's fully recognized or realized what it was that she did or why she did it. I guess only Kendra could answer that. They're asked by Variety, I would never want to show my face again if I were her. Why do you think that she sat down for your cameras? She was nervous about going on camera because just sitting down and telling your story is a nerve-wracking thing sometimes. But she was so great, and she actually ended up really loving the experience. At the end of it, she said it was kind of fun. She laughed about things, and I think it was really an opportunity for her to think about things a little more in depth. Every time I would ask a question, she would really have to think about some things, and I think that was really good for her. To which one netizen comments, I'm sure she genuinely thinks the documentary is about her. Her eyes were excited during the whole documentary. Yeah. Which is interesting because the reporter from Cut, who did like a think piece on this case, reached out to Kendra while she was in jail. And Kendra's response to her was, I do ask that you truly think about the kids that are involved in this situation. Kind of rich coming from Kendra, including my daughter, who is trying to move forward and has a bright future ahead of herself. These stories are doing additional harm to her. I can handle the pain, but she cannot and does not deserve it. She is moving forward with life and doesn't deserve to be put in the spotlight anymore or having people thinking her mom is the villain, as that is hard mentally and emotionally for her.
They will never change.
No. Sean has been going through it. The officer said Sean was just like a broken person. Sean says, I'm like, are you for real? I said, this is my wife doing this. I just can't believe she would do something like that to her own daughter that supposedly she loved dearly. You know, a 14 to 15-year-old girl. You know, it just makes me sick. She stabbed me in the heart, shot me in the heart, and threw it away. Netflix interviews Lauren twice. So they interview her while her mom is serving her sentence, 19 months in jail. And Lauren is telling them, not having a relationship with my mom, I just don't feel like myself. I feel like I really need her in my life. I know my dad's angry and probably like never gonna forgive her, but I just kind of put that aside and just have the relationship with my mom that I want. The director asks, do you think people judge you for missing your mom? I think some people might have their own opinions on it, but honestly, I would say I don't really care. But when they come back a year later after Kendra has been released, Lauren is forbidden from seeing Kendra during her, I think it's because of her probation, but Lauren says that she's approaching it with caution. So it seems like she's actually more hesitant now. So maybe that time was good to process everything that's been going on.
Yeah.
But the judge in Kendra's case states, to be candid, you know, this was truly a horrible case. It's the kind of case that makes me glad that when I'm done with my term next year, I'm retiring. Like, Kendra is driving Your Honor up the wall with this one. To have a judge that oversees criminal cases excited to retire because of what you've done, I mean, that's got to be as far as you can get. The judge goes on a rant
Gotta be a
about
new
the
fucking
internet,
achievement.
courtroom, all the communication on the internet, just horrible people. Just horrible people. They will hide their identity and they'll act in a horrible manner. Sometimes you see the worst in human nature because people, they realize they can say whatever they want on the internet. Kendra states very vaguely that she's embarrassed, she's sorry, and this and that. And
I'm
her
trying to make sure
attorney
the
is
head looks
saying that it's
okay.
all because of the trauma of being R-worded when she was 17, and she is reliving it now that Lauren is approaching that age, and it's a mess. The judge says, I'm empathetic to your mental health issues. I received the psychiatric evaluation this morning. When I read the pre-sentence report, I wasn't getting any sense of why this occurred. Normally, you know, acting as a judge when I'm dealing with a criminal defendant, I know why they're doing what they do. You know, people addicted to drugs, they possess drugs, they use drugs. People that are thieves, they steal. It's not right, but you can kind of understand, you know, why a person is in front of me. This case is inexplicable. I read the psychiatric evaluation today. That gives me a little more insight on why you did it. But, you know, it doesn't excuse what you did, and, you know, because you know that, because you just told me that. Basically saying, like, I kind of get it, but not really. Even after reading your psych eval, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Even Owen is like, how could a mom do such a thing? It's just crazy that someone that close could do something like that. Not even just to me, but also to her own daughter.
Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Let's go. I said go! Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat. Red Bull gives you wings.
what else has Owen, Jill, like his mom, like everybody said about when they found out? Or
they said that they were just shocked. Yeah, Jill like told the FBI agent, "No, it's not Kendra. There's no way it's Kendra."
No way.
And then it was Kendra, and she was pissed because like the act of Kendra every day for years going and trying to act like trying to find, let's all sleuth together, let's find who's harassing our kids. Meanwhile, it's her. And Jill took it really hard. There would be days, there was one time Jill was talking about where Owen came into Jill's room and he was so distraught. He tells his mom, "It's your duty as my mom to protect me and find out who's doing this to me, and you're not doing that." And she was so frustrated, she's like breaking down crying. There are emails. Kendra is writing emails to Lauren when she was in prison. And they read, "Hello, curly monkey head. I'm mad at you. You made me sad. You only said
What?
bye. You didn't say I love you, but I forgive you. XOXOXOXO. I love you. Have a finawestric day." It's a combination of fantastic, awesome, and terrific. Another one reads, "Good morning, beautiful daughter. I miss you like crazy. You are the brightest light in the universe. Sending butterfly kisses. Call you tonight. I love you. Love, 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 love you." Now that she's out since August 2024, Lauren has not seen her mom. She says, "I think I want to trust her now, but I don't know if I can. Now that she's out, I just want her to get the help that she needs. So when we do see each other, it doesn't go back to the old ways and how it was before. Being without that relationship, I think, is really hurting me. I think rebuilding our relationship will help both of us a lot." Kendra says, even though she hasn't seen Lauren, "We both know that we're with each other no matter what. I definitely think that we can have a healthy relationship. I know that we both hold that bond that we have very close." There is another part of the documentary that is under fire. Near the end, Chloe's parents are sitting at a table and they say, well, Chloe's mom says, "I told someone else that Sean and Lauren are going to play this off like they were the victim in this shit. They had no clue what was going on and they're going to get away with it because Mike Main didn't do his job and investigate them. And that's exactly what happened." So she's accusing Sean and Lauren of being a part of this.
What?
Yeah. To which netizens are on the sentiment of,
the left side of
Chloe's
the head
mom
looks
is
so
saying
much
cruel
better.
things about Lauren and her father, who have literally lost everything, saying they're playing victims. No, ma'am, they are victims, and it's so desperately tragic. I feel so bad for both of them. So they're saying, yeah, we also feel bad for Chloe, but like you can't just say stuff like that.
Yeah.
Furthermore, Chloe's mom apparently last Halloween dressed up as a scarecrow in a prison jumpsuit with a mask of Kendra's mugshot and had a bunch of fake cell phones taped to her hands.
What?
Netizens naturally had a field day with that, with some writing, "The scarecrow thing is demented. Who mocks an absolute horrific tragedy of abuse and mental illness like that? Chloe's mom and the other moms are just as bad, in my opinion." To which someone responds, "Kendra told her own daughter to self-exit. In no way are the other moms just as bad for a tasteless joke. Chloe was also a victim here. An adult woman tried to frame her for harassment and cyberbullying. I give her mom some leeway." But another comment reads, "What stuck out to me in the documentary was the Wilsons. Chloe's family, all three of them, the not my kid attitude when clearly their daughter was a mean girl." Again, I have no opinion on Chloe, and I don't think we should. We really don't know much about Chloe, but I will say her parents are kind of conducting themselves in a strange way, at least in the documentary. Another comment reads, "My heart aches for Lauren and her dad, Sean, Owen and his cousin, Adriana. Owen's parents seem like good people, but poor Lauren. Chloe and her parents give off real bully vibes, and Kendra is just bad crazy. Everybody needs to get out of that small town. That's the moral of the story," is what the comment is saying. Some people have thoughts about Owen. Owen says in the documentary that, "I haven't talked to Lauren since a very long time ago. Yeah, I was mad at Lauren. I don't think I'll talk to her in the future." Some people are really upset with him for that, saying that why is he upset with Lauren when she's also a victim? I think it comes down to when it came down to Kendra's sentencing, Lauren and her family Lauren was very supportive of Kendra. And Owen and his family clearly wanted Kendra to have a longer prison sentence. So I think it put them at odds, and I'm sure it's really complicated. And some people are just confused, like, how was Kendra not exhausted after lying like this for 2 years? And that is the case of Kendra Lakari and all of the things that maybe were not in the documentary.
I'm still not done with these head angles.
Dive in the documentary as well. Although I will say it's a pretty well done documentary. I
Okay.
really Yeah, you
It
should
looks
watch
okay.
it.
I will be
What are your
fixing
thoughts
some
on
parts of it though.
Let me know in the comments. Stay safe, and I will see you in the next one.
I'm gonna be out. That's Lauren, it looked like. That's Lauren, the daughter. Was it? Kendra had shorter hair. Oh. Right there. Is that her? No, that's Kendra. That's what I thought. Hey, Kendra. We gotta have a conversation.
Okay.
And I have a search warrant.
Okay.
For your devices and your phones.
Okay.
All right. So I want to go in and sit down and talk. Anybody else here?
Lauren is.
I don't care about the body cam footage.
We have got to the point.
I fell in love with my psychiatrist. You're crazy.
Knowing how to code. This is
I don't care. That ramen go to somebody else, right? Oh no, this is her. Oh, this is her other channel.
Kendra has a 9,000 parts.
If you kidnapped by your future,
I rebuild my For You page every 3 weeks. Every 2 to 3 weeks, it's a completely different FYP. And I was deep in my dark mafia romance era. I'm a firm believer on the idea that for every word that you read with your retinas, for every word of dark mafia romance that your photoreceptors intake through your eyeballs, your brain chemistry changes. And it creates this little lag in the brain. If your name is a variation of Nikolai, Dante, Roman, I read every book on the market about you. I've probably read every single written word about you. And now my FYP for like 4 weeks straight was like the most unhinged dark mafia romance settings. It's like,
when you've been kidnapped by your future husband and he chains you up in the basement, but then he like gives you an extra serving of meal because he like your ass thick.
And it's just like, I'm eating it up, right?
I thought you were reading an NBA player right now.
Oh yeah, no, I've cleansed my soul, and now I'm just back to like regular smut. Okay. Because
her boyfriend's right there. So funny.
Gets a little unhinged. Like at some point you gotta be like, I just don't think it's realistic that he got shot at 100 times, but he's still making out with you while there's like bullets flying slow-mo in the air. You know what? I'm gonna get back to dark mafia romance. Just kidding. I need you to understand the phase of my life that I was in.
How I feel when I talk to Kat game about the bullshit I be reading.
Everything is dark and twisted. Everything is a new setting. It's like,
if you like the idea of being chained up, then you must read this book.
Here comes my surprise. When I get a new TikTok, I swipe. And there's this lady on my screen that's like, I fell in love with my psychiatrist and he knew it. And he kept me until I had the strength to leave for 4 years. And I'm like, what book is that?
I fell in love with my psychiatrist and he knew and he kept me until I had the strength to leave after 4 years.
It's not dark mafia romance. This is a real lady. This is real life, and this is how I transitioned from my amazing fictional dark mafia FYP to a lady named Kendra. All I do on TikTok is
ruining your
women
FYP.
named Kendra now. Kendra is everywhere. Kendra won't leave me alone. Let me tell you about Kendra. Kendra has a 9,000 part series about her psychiatrist that has gone on for so long now. Every time I click my TikTok app, I feel like I'm a board certified psychiatrist. I feel drained. I feel like I get on TikTok, Kendra shows up, I've clocked into work as some mental health professional. I'm on the clock. Her problems are my problems. Her problems are the world's problems. I've neglected my own life for Kendra's life. Kendra starts off, part 1, giving us the context. And like, you know, I'm gonna walk you through my spiritual journey of watching Kendra's, some people call it a spiraling, some people call it, yeah.
So I've seen some people reacting to it, right? I don't know this full story. I saw a little bit.
Hi.
But this was like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Is this still going on today?
It's still going on.
Okay, so she's actively posting as we speak.
Yeah, and it's like actually very frustrating because I have genuinely, I don't know how to rebuild my TikTok FYP. Like, I get on there, I'm drained because like the first 5 videos, I swear if I open this app right now, it's gonna be Kendra. It's gonna be about Kendra. Kendra's gonna be live. Kendra's gonna be talking to Henry. Yeah, there's lots of people involved now. Oh, you're gonna about to
Henry.
find out who the fuck Henry is. Because once you find out who Henry is, you'll never go back to who you were before. Kendra starts off part 1, giving us context, and I need you to go on this journey with me, even if you know a little bit about it. All I knew is that I opened up the comments and some people were like, oh my god, this is the new who the fuck did I marry series, but it's like who the fuck is my psychiatrist series. So I'm like, okay, I'm gearing up. I might as well get my notepad ready. Kendra has ADHD. Kendra's like a little white lady, okay?
Yeah.
This is kind of important for later. And she's got ADHD. She decides after years of being off meds, she's going to get back on meds.
How old is she?
I would say like late 30s.
Okay.
And she books an appointment with a psychiatrist. Literally just Googles the first one that pops up. Books the appointment. It's a telehealth Zoom call.
I decided to make an appointment
have to sign it out.
with a psychiatrist. I just Googled psychiatry in the city that I lived in, and I went with the first
Maybe it
one
was
that
better.
came up.
And
Just
when you're
like
a new
deformed
patient,
them.
they usually do like a 90-minute intake, which like, okay, to give you context for people who are mentally sound, who have never had the privilege of fighting demons in here day and night, therapists, you're typically going to them for counseling, therapy. They're like reoccurring appointments every Tuesday. Oh, I got a Tuesday meeting. I got a doctor's appointment on Thursday. Whatever your heart desires to call it, that's therapy. You go there, you sit down, and you say, hey, listen, so some went down this week, and I feel kind of stressed about it. I feel anxious, and I did that thing that you told me to do, but I'm having a mental breakdown. That's what you do. It's primarily talking. You do like cognitive behavioral therapy, stuff like that. It's amazing. Then you have psychologists. That's usually what we talk about on Rotten Mango, okay? So to my knowledge, most of the time they don't do weekly sessions. I'm sure some of them do, but they're mainly there to offer detailed assessments and offer
That looks so nice.
comprehensive
That looks much
psychological
nicer.
testing. So you go there and maybe you're with them for like 3 weeks, like 3 appointments over the span of 3 weeks to go through intensive testing. They study and observe your behavior. Like you're not really just sitting there the whole time. And then you're like,
Hard.
okay, see you next Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
They'll work on criminal cases to assess and observe the defendant. It's not like you go to jail for talk therapy. Then you got the psychiatrist. These people, I feel like I can say this because my sister is a pharmacist. They're like legal dealers. That's what they call them. Okay. I mean, that's what pharmacists are. They're like you
You
got the street
son of
dealers
a
and then you have the
bitch.
legal
Okay,
dealers.
fine.
They're prescribing you meds. They prescribe you psychiatric meds. You see them like 15 minutes of a month and they monitor your dosage. They don't ask about how your day. They don't ask about your relationship. They don't ask about your parents. They don't ask about your childhood trauma. I mean, sometimes they might if it's relevant or if you're trauma dumping on them. But usually the Zoom call goes something like this. Hey, how are you? So how do you feel? How have you been? How are things? Great. And how's sleeping these days? Like, is sleep still good? Has that gotten fixed? We changed your dosage, right? You're like, yeah.
Life is hard.
Okay,
Oh,
sounds good.
yay.
So same CVS? Yeah, thanks. And then you hang up.
And that's who she's
That's the
talking about?
psychiatrist.
Oh
She's
my
not even
God.
talking about her therapist.
Oh.
I mean, I guess you could tell them your life story, but like truly, they're in and out of that telehealth session. They're like 15 minutes in, 15 minutes out. They know nothing about my life, really. I mean, they know some things like I got anxiety, but they don't really know anything else about my life. She does the intake. First appointment with the doctor. She's like, okay, I notice a few things. First of all, smoking hot. He's hot.
And this man is my age, and I can't help but notice that he's pretty attractive, this psychiatrist.
Hot, okay? And I'm like, you know what? At this point, I don't know anything about Kendra. I'm like,
Some of the mouth glue is fucked up
you're
on
brutally honest, and
the
I
corners,
like
which
it.
is
Like,
pissing me off a little bit.
tell me what's going on.
We'll fix that later.
And she's like, he's hot, he's my age, he's attractive.
Is
And
she single?
She's on and off single.
Mm.
Kendra is
Okay.
Kendra's a whirlwind. So she's like, but when I tell you that I've had a lot of couch time in my life, a lot of therapy, and I'm like, that's fine, me too, okay? I just went right into it. I trusted him enough. Of course, why wouldn't I tell him about my childhood trauma, my daddy issues, if you will?
To tell him about my childhood trauma, my daddy issues, if you will.
And I was like, I don't know, Kendra, I feel like that's not really what you do with psychiatrists, but that's fine. She's like, what I went through of all that relationship trauma that I had, I was 6 months sober at this time, but all the drinking, the substance use that I used to do, and he just like listened and nodded. And I'm like, I don't know why you're telling your psychiatrist this, but it's actually like very professional that he's listening and nodding. I feel like my psychiatrist would be like, oh yeah, okay, well,
my next appointment's coming up.
yeah, so let me know if you're still shitting. I'll see you next month. Okay, like that's pretty much what he would do. But like he's listening, he's nodding, he's ever professional. And like that's the thing with psychiatrists. They're still mental health professionals at the end of the day. They're doctors. Like they have to be good at listening to their patients. Like they're gonna be connected to you. And she's like, exactly. He was connected.
That's the thing about psychiatrists is that they're good at pretending to listen. They can appear connected, but that doesn't mean that they're always connected. So I just felt really seen.
You know, so I felt really seen. And I told him, I was like, look, I don't want to be on stimulant meds. And so you know what he did? She's like, he fucking listened. He put me on like a low dose non-stimulant ADHD med. And at this point, I'm like waiting for the shoe to drop. And I feel like this is going to become a reoccurring thing. I keep watching, I don't know, 9 gajillion parts of this, waiting for Kendra to be like, that was the moment, Kendra. Like, I see your vision, Kendra. I see and I feel what you felt. And I'm like, maybe this is the time. But she's like, so he did exactly what I asked him to do, like a doctor. And he just made me feel seen. And I'm like, what do you mean seen? Like, did you send him pictures? Like, were you naked? Like, what do you mean seen? Like, this feels normal. And then she's like, he just like cracked jokes and he was impressed with the running that I do.
He was really, really funny and cracked
My
jokes.
iPad dead. I'm sorry. Well, welcome back to the club.
Running that I would do.
Welcome, Squidward. Welcome, Squidward. Welcome, Squidward. Welcome, Squidward.
Make small talk in the beginning of every appointment. Like, you know, every Zoom call, telehealth. You're like,
oh. She's running out there?
Yeah, she's like marathoning. And then, you know, the doctor's like, what have you been up to? And you go, nothing, but I can't say nothing because then, I mean, you're my mental health professional. So, like, I'm just going to say pickleball. I'm fine. I'm totally fine. So she's like, I'm running. So he's like, oh, yeah, that's impressive. Small talk. Maybe I'm missing something. Which, like, I feel like I must be, because if you're going to levy accusations like this against a mental health professional, like a doctor, you got to give us something, because these are public accusations. And she keeps telling us, she keeps interrupting her story to be like, I am doing this to help you and other people. I would really like to discuss what happens when we fall in love with our mental health professionals. And most importantly, the fact that there are so many people, especially men, that are emotionally dead inside, that feel called to go into psychiatry and therapy so they don't have to feel their feelings, but they can feed off of the vulnerability of their mostly female patients. And this is where I started getting a little bit stressed. Because I'm like, okay, this might make it harder for people to reach out to mental health professionals, but like, it's fine. Okay, let's see what she has to say. And Kendra says that at this point, she starts getting addicted to her psychiatrist. And at one point early on in their sessions, like this is like what, the 3rd session in? So like 3 months in, she's probably talked to this guy for what, collectively 2 hours because the 90-minute intake. And she asks him, hey, do you mind if I call you by your first name?
And it was in my 3rd session with him, because at this point we were all on Zoom, that I asked him, I said, hey, do you mind if I call you by your first name? First name.
Okay.
That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Like, what? And she's like, he's Pakistani. So I said his first name wrong. And he's like, well, it's pronounced this, but yeah, of course you can.
And he seemed so smug and happy with himself.
And I'm like, again, I'm not in the room, so like maybe I'm not seeing what she's seeing, but
I
she's
think
not
this
doing
was
a good job communicating that to us. Like she doesn't describe how he felt so smug and happy with himself. Like maybe he felt smug that he corrected your ass on how to pronounce his name. I don't know, okay? But she's like,
that was his first sign that him pretending like we're friends was working.
Wait. But you're the one that asked to call him by his first name.
Yeah, and like if you're confused, I feel like I was confused for like the first 10 parts of her 25 million part series, because the first 10 parts I'm still like, wait, am I missing context? because she keeps saying like he's a predator, he was grooming me, like he was doing this, he fell in love with me, he wanted me, he was like manipulating me, he was taking advantage of me. And then
by the way, I'm never using glue for lips ever again.
You tell me he took
It's
advantage
actually
of you.
pissing me off.
Like, basically, he wanted me to call him by his first name. I was the one that asked, but he wanted it. Because, like, I mean, it would be rude to say, no, call me doctor. I went to med school and you didn't, low life. Like, that'd be kind of rude, you know? So far, I'm only seeing very normal professional interactions. Maybe I'm just not there yet. And so I have slight reservations, but people pick up on vibes and then cannot express the vibes in words. And sometimes they come off as insane.
So, like, when she first started talking about this, right, first few parts, I think that's immediately it went viral, right?
Yes.
Like everyone was talking about it because it does sound kind of like crazy. It could be true, and that would be insane.
I think, okay, initially when it went viral, it's like the first few parts, she spends a lot of time talking about the encapsulation of all of the feelings. She's like, he's a predator in the medical field. This happens a lot. I've talked to a lot of people. Lots of mental health male providers are feeding off of female vulnerability. They're sickos in the head, right? And so a lot of the discourse was that. And everyone was like, ooh, yeah, I could see that. Like, I can see that. And then some people were like, oh, I've heard of a story where this has happened before. And so everyone's kind of agreeing. And they're like, wait, tell us your story, Kendra. Like, tell us what happened to you and your psychiatrist. And then she's like, he manipulated me. He was a predator. He wanted me to call him by his first name. And so then people are like, okay, well, that's not crazy, but maybe we're like, she's melting the ice for us. We're going to get there slowly. So there's another part and then another part. And I'm like, give Kendra time to cook. We don't know what Kendra's got going on. Let her tell us what happened. Now, side note, she does later say it kind of probably was not the best idea to call him by his first name. She says,
and to be fair to me, I had only ever been to therapy before. I didn't realize that, you know, it's important to call your doctor last name. I mean, I did know that. I did it with all my other doctors, but it just showed that the boundaries were blurring, and he liked that.
And I'm like, Kendra, you're starting to lose me a little bit, but I'm still here and I'm still listening. We're all here, right? We're all here for you. And she's explaining. After that, she starts calling him by his first name in the sessions, and he's just cranking up the heat, making them friendlier and friendlier in each session. And we're all like, what happened? She's like, he would ask me, how's your bowels?
And then he just started turning up the volume on us being friendly. He would ask me after the meds, he said, how's your bowels, bladder, and appetite? And I would say they're all normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she was like, ooh, my bowel?
Yeah. And the medical professional is asking if you're okay. Like, I would hardly call that first date material. He's asking.
But what does she say, though?
Okay, so she's basically like, oh, this is where
I don't think it's gonna look right.
It gets a little crazy. She's saying that he would ask if she has thoughts of self-injuring, which is a big thing, especially if you're starting new medications and specific medications. And she was just like, I was special to him.
And then in our sixth session, when things were really, you know, the chemistry was starting to be there before, like, I didn't realize it. I was like, oh, this man is just friendly. He said, I have to ask this because it's a special interest of mine. But is there any thoughts of harm? Like, I was special to him.
That's literally what she says.
Whoa.
Yeah, like, he asked me. And it was like, I was special to him. And I'm like,
that's crazy.
I'm starting to get very stressed right now because, like, this... Anyway, if you guys have been also lucky like me to be blessed with genetic issues up here, okay, and you've had countless psychiatry appointments, this is so run-of-the-mill stuff. It's just like, what's your name? What's your date of birth? Hey, are you okay? Like, that's it. And she's like, I was special to him. So he would ask about her appetite,
She's in love with
her
this poor
bladder,
man.
all of these things, because those are the things that he needs to ask for. And this is the one part of the conversation where like, listen, I say this with alarming eyesight. Anytime I take off my contacts during the eye exam, I don't know who the doctor is. I can't tell you. I can't see you. There is one test I will fail every single time. It's the eye exam. So I say this with bad eyesight, but she's wearing these giant tortoise shell eyeglasses. But the lenses, I swear, they be so thick because they warp her eyes. And she just looks very intense at times. And she says, are there any, you know, he asked me, are there any thoughts of harm? I was special to him. It's like someone on a medical form. asking if you're pregnant. It's not suggestive. They're not saying, can I impregnate you? If not, it's just like, are you pregnant? But Kendra is like, no, this doctor wants my children. Okay. And I keep waiting again for the part. So I keep watching. She says that every appointment that she would go to, he would have this like miltang situation. Miltang in Korean is like push and pull, where on certain appointments, he would be very friendly. They would have so much small talk. And she makes it very clear to everybody right off the bat. And like Kendra is brutally honest, if anything. And she says at no point did he ever cross any professional boundaries.
We need to change the rules of online dating.
I don't know, brother.
I'm starting a revolution.
If my psychiatrist was good at anything, it was being professional and acting professional and technically not crossing any lines. And he thought that he was so good at it, because he was good at it. But that doesn't mean he wasn't doing it.
So I'm like, okay, what's happening then? And then so she's like, he was never unprofessional with me, but he was very funny. He would crack jokes. He's very funny. He's very witty. And I started gaining more and more respect for him. He would tell me about all of these professional accolades that he had. Now, I don't know because I wasn't in these telehealth sessions, but I imagine he probably like had his fucking degrees in the back. And then like, you know, sometimes you're like, hey, what's that? Did you guys know one time I was on a video call with someone really important? I don't know who set this up. I don't know why they let me. And he was telling me, this is like a very established filmmaker. And he was telling me about how his kids play basketball and how he loves his kids. And his kids are like, I don't know, middle school. And he's like sitting in front of this bookshelf with all these trophies. And I'm like, oh my God, is that your kid's trophy? He's like, actually, that's my Emmy that I won for my documentary. And I was like, oh. So
you see the red sign behind Stephanie?
This is an Oscar, okay?
We found that in a thrift shop.
Yeah, like it was really bad. Yeah, and that's the vibe that Kendra's giving me. It's like he probably had his things, and then she's like, "What's that?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, that was when I graduated, and this is anyway." Or he's probably like, "Hey, just to give you a background on what I specialize in, like these are the things that I've been doing, and so." That's my background. You can feel safe around me. I've got lots of experience treating people, patients like you. Don't worry, you're in good hands. And she's like, no, he's fucking bragging to me like he's showing off. And she said it made me fall for him, honestly. Yeah, no.
It's okay. The teeth are gonna blend.
Like, Kendra, I'm here with you. Like, I got you. Like, just tell me if anyone is going to believe a male in a position of power abused his power, it's going to be TikTok. It's going to be us. I'm your target audience. Tell me what happened, Kendi. Tell me, Kendra. But she's like, no, he was really good at listening. I mean, he's a Pisces, right?
But I was seeing him every month and just gaining more and more respect for him because he would just tell me these little things about his successes.
Okay.
And
what's it called?
All of the cool things that he was doing in his life. And it made me fall for him, honestly. And he was really good at listening. And I mean, he's a Pisces, right? So of course he's going to be there and be able to go deep with my feelings. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't extracting from them.
And everyone's like,
how did she find out about that?
Oh my gosh, that's true. That is weird.
I mean, how do you know your doctor's birthday?
That's true. So either she asked or she looked it up.
Yeah. That's weird.
Equally alarming.
Yeah.
Equally alarming.
Or maybe they just like, what's your sign? What about you? Type of thing.
I've never had a doctor ask me what's my sign.
I know, but I think
so
maybe she asked.
Yeah. Which is also weird.
That's weird, yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah, maybe small talk, maybe.
I mean, I will ask anyone what their MBTI is. I'm not going to ask my psychiatrist what his MBTI is. That's crazy, okay? But she's like, I mean, he's a Pisces, right?
And what does that mean?
He's good at listening.
I
all the comments, all my astrology girlies in the comments are like, girl, he's a psychiatrist. Like, I know we love our fucking, like, star placements, but that's literally his job.
Yeah.
I also see a lot of discourse of girls being like, see, guys, there is hope. Like, the bar is so low, y'all. Like, just listen. That's all women want, it appears. Just listen. That's it. So she's like, he's really good at listening. And at this point, I think people are like confused. That this is at the point where I'm like confused. I want to say I was slightly entertained at this point. The slightly entertaining goes away and it becomes slightly alarming. And so at this point, I'm like, okay, I don't know what's going on. It's like saying he's an accountant. He's good at math. But also he's a Virgo. So I'm like, okay, you're losing us. So she's explaining how she's falling for him. And then each part is very lengthy. And each part she's giving us tiny little kibbles, crumbs of information. She's like, then at my next appointment, he told me about his accomplishments and I started falling for him. And then it's like a 3-minute tangent about how he's a predator. And like how this is not okay, and she was manipulated for years, and it's just like, okay, so these are like very big accusations we're going back to, but then all we have so far are these like little crumbs that she's giving us, and we're like trying to see where the accusations and the crumbs fit, because she's telling us it's a giant cookie this big, but we only have crumbs enough not even fit my fingernail. So I'm like, when are we gonna get the rest of the pieces of the cookie to make this make sense? And she's like, don't worry, I'm gonna give it to you in parts. So we keep going. I really have to fix my FYP. And she claims that her therapist starts using her. This is when we get another character into this. She's got a therapist. She originally had a male therapist, and she's like, but I stopped going to him because he wasn't doing anything for me.
My therapist at the time, he was fine. He wasn't a predator, but he was fine. He just wasn't doing very much for me. And so that therapist retired, and I got a new therapist.
And so a lot of netizens, were like, oh, that's a little weird too. I don't know. It just was weird the way she said it, so netizens were getting confused. And then later she says that she ends up getting this 75-year-old PhD grad older woman therapist. So this is like talk therapy. She's going in there and she's talking about her feelings and she's learning all these coping mechanisms. And she says that she is talking to this therapist, and this therapist is also using her. So basically, like, every mental health professional that she's coming across is just asinine. Like, they're vile.
How?
Just, like, getting off on her stories. Just way too interested.
Feeding off her vulnerability.
Yeah, and just way too interested in her dating life. Loved stories from her dating life, was getting her supply that way.
This is going to be the most annoying part.
Words like this, like supply.
She also was getting supply from me in her own way, but that's for another part.
And a lot of mental health professionals have commented, and they're like, I think she's referring to like a narcissist supply, because like a lot of narcissists will need supply, like they need their fix, right, of attention or certain things psychologically. But it's weird, so she keeps saying supply, and again, everyone's confused with like, okay, so your psychiatrist is in love with you, you're in love with your psychiatrist, and then your therapist is like getting off on your dating stories, and you are her supply.
I'm gonna save this before I fuck my shit up.
How obsessed I was with my psychiatrist, and she didn't do anything about it. She just was interested. She also loved stories about my dating life, and
But also, I don't know if that's the case. I would feel like if a therapist is interested in your dating life, it's like if I had a giant golf ball sized pimple on my boob, and I walk out of the doctor's office and I go, honey, you don't think it's weird that he was so interested in my boob? And you're like, yeah, you have a fucking golf ball sized pimple on your boob, okay? Maybe something's wrong with your boob, so he's interested in your boob. Like, maybe there's something wrong with her dating life that the therapist is like, maybe we should try to get through this. But she's like, no. She was obsessed with my dating life, like obsessed, like getting off on it. So I'm like, okay. But I proceed with caution, because Kendra could be onto something, because maybe we're just not there. And she says that she keeps going to the psychiatrist still. And then she'll go and talk to her therapist about the psychiatrist. And she says, he was just manipulating her vulnerabilities. He would be so cold one second, then so wonderful, and let her in on these little parts of his life and be vulnerable with him. It's giving like, what'd you do this weekend? I went golfing.
Some sessions, he'd be warm and kind and wonderful and let me in on little parts of his life and like be vulnerable with me or pretend. Other sessions, he would be cold and clinical and detached. And you know what that did? It made me work harder in our next sessions. It did. And it started the addiction that I had to him. 100%. And he knew exactly what he was doing. This man gives lectures on trauma and attachment theory. He used his psychiatric training to manipulate me and get me hooked. And guess what? It worked.
She says she becomes so in love with her psychiatrist that January of 2024, okay, so this is when all of the entertaining element of this just like dissipated. Not that it's entertaining to hear about stuff like this, but like you're so captivated because you're like, what is going on? This is where it all goes away and it becomes just alarming. January of 2024, so last year, Kendra gets hit by a car. A collision with a motor vehicle. She goes to urgent care. She's got bruising on her abdomen. So this is not some like boop boop New York City car keeps inching closer because the pedestrian is crossing when they're not supposed to. Boop boop. It's not that. Kendra was hit by a motor vehicle. She has a perforated eardrum. She's got bruising on her abdomen, and the urgent care provider tells her, you need to go to the emergency room because you could have internal bleeding. Like you could be bleeding on the inside as we speak. You could die, Kendra. This is 11 a.m.
Love for your cat can get lost in translation.
It's actually from the both of us.
But with 90 plus mouth-watering flavor combinations, Wellness Complete Health cat food is the kind of love you both understand. Wellness pet food. Feed well, be well.
She has a psychiatry appointment at 2 p.m. She's like, you know what? I don't want to miss this appointment because I love my psychiatrist, so I'm going to wait and go to the ER afterwards.
Wow.
For what?
She was looking forward to this appointment so much that she was going to risk it all, literally.
In January of 2024, I was hit by a car
So bad for the
as I was
psychiatrist.
going through a green light. It was the night before my appointment, my next appointment with my psychiatrist. And the provider at the urgent care said, I do not feel comfortable treating you. You need to seek emergency care now. You may be internally bleeding. But it was 11 o'clock in the morning, and my appointment with my psychiatrist was at 2. So I decided that I was going to wait so I could see my psychiatrist and not have to reschedule because I was looking forward to my appointment with him so much. I look back at that time, and I'm just like, oh my God, I put my own life under seeing him. I was fully addicted to him at this point.
So this is when she says
I think I'm
that
doing
she
this right.
shows up to the appointment and she's like, hey, guess what? I might be bleeding internally. And she says,
and I told him that I may be internally bleeding, and he didn't stop the appointment. He didn't say, you need to take care of yourself. Go get emergency care now. He let me continue and just tell him about how much I loved him and how grateful I was for him. Because that was really what most of our appointments were, is me just like pouring myself out because he was so good at the intermittent reinforcement. Yeah, I got some warmth from him that appointment.
which like this part I was confused by because I guess at face value it is a little weird. But also, I feel like this is how the interaction went. Hey, how are you?
Oh, good. Except I went to urgent care because it was like this whole thing. I got hit by a car. It was like a tap, and then they thought I was like internally bleeding. But like, yeah, no, it's been insane.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're okay. That sounds scary. I mean, assuming you're on this call with me, you must be fine. So let's talk about your meds.
Yeah, no, the meds are great. Literally so grateful that you're taking care of me.
Yeah, of course. Like, that's the vibe it gives me.
So what did she say about this? She's saying that she made this crazy sacrifice.
Yeah,
to
and
see
he,
him?
as a medical professional, did not tell her, hey, hang up, go to ER.
That is crazy. I mean, how does he even know your medical condition at
So
that
she
moment?
told him that she might be internally bleeding.
Oh.
And so that's why I feel like that doesn't make...
Then why are you here?
Yeah, that's why I assume as like a regular human interaction, you would be inclined to think, well, if you're on the Zoom call with me,
Yeah.
like you just maybe like, that was crazy. I don't really know what to say about it, but like you must be fine. But like, oh, hope you're okay.
Yeah.
She says, and that's really when he starts just amping up the intimacy in our appointment.
That's when he really started turning up the
Poor man.
intimacy in our appointments. However, he was really smart and knew the professional lines like the back of his hand. So he would comment on my appearance, but not compliment my appearance.
What does that even mean? Like,
Oh, you're wearing glasses today. And she's like, you know, it was very intimate. And he, you know, he knows what he's doing. He's not crossing any professional boundaries because he's too smart for that. She believes that she's not the first victim of his. So she's like, he knows what he's doing. And I'm like, you know what? I get it. Like sometimes it'd be like that. Like sometimes you read in between the lines of tone and like maybe we're just still not seeing it. And she seems so confident about this. So I'm still kind of with her at this point. I'm like, okay, like maybe he said it really creepy. I don't know, right? But she doesn't ever say that. She doesn't say like he said it so creepy.
Or I would come on screen and he would say, "Oh, you're wearing glasses." And of course I felt seen and excited that he was noticing these things about me.
So it's just like he's noticing things, which like feels like he's just like maybe an awkward person like me. Like if I'm on a Zoom call, I'm like,
I love your curtains. I like your blinds.
yeah, like I can't have a moment of silence. Like maybe it's that. But she's like, no, this is, and at this point we still have sympathy because I feel like she might not have anyone in her life that makes her feel seen and heard if she feels that seen by someone commenting on her changing her optical appearance, you know, like putting on glasses.
But okay, so at this point, the internet is already kind of ripping into her, correct?
Yeah, they're like trolling her.
Her comments are probably not good.
No, it's
And
really bad.
does she ever address the comments?
Yeah, she's just like very angry.
People are asking me what my mental health diagnosis is. I do not have BPD. I do not have psychosis. I have ADHD, and I was experiencing extreme limerence with my psychiatrist. You all did some nasty work last night, and I had to turn off comments. It seems as though many people view what I'm going through as a crash out, what I'm doing as a mental health spiral.
A lot of people think she might be going through some sort of mental health spiral very publicly. And if it were just that, if someone is just going through a mental health spiral publicly, I don't even think I would make a video on it because that's just kind of weird. But the implications of her whole TikTok series is actually pretty bad. Like the consequences of her actions are really could be very bad.
Like what she's saying about all these mental health professionals and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, and so like you can have sympathy for someone if you feel like they are maybe not in the best place mentally, but also at the same time you can point out how what she's saying is so dangerous to other people who are seeking out mental help and also dangerous to her psychiatrist in question.
Okay.
And also to the people that watch her videos because she's a coach. Hold on. She's a coach. Okay, so we're just gonna keep going. But at this point, I still have a lot of sympathy for Kendra because I'm like, okay, it seems like she's reading into a lot of these signs. But she keeps going and she says, I didn't realize at this time that he had feelings for me too. So I thought I was holding this all to myself. And I was excited that he noticed my glasses and I ran and I showed him my other pair of glasses.
Oh my gosh.
So I was so excited when he noticed my glasses that I ran and showed him my other pair. And he said, I prefer turtle shell glasses. So even though I usually wear contacts.
And she's like recording the TikTok. She's like, even though I usually wear contacts. And I'm looking at the screen and I'm like, girl, because she's wearing the turtle shell glasses. And she goes,
I'm wearing these turtle shell glasses in these videos because just in case he sees them ever, he'll see me in his favorite glasses. He did tell me he likes the turtle shell.
Okay, yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah.
She's saying that he told me that he likes my glasses.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm wearing it right now.
Yeah.
Which is so weird.
Yeah. She says it like it's so normal.
Like, is she still obsessed with him? Is that why she's still wearing it today?
I genuinely don't know. You know, netizens have theories. Some people think that is the theory. Like she's trying to get his attention on a very public scale. Some people think like this is you know how Who the Did I Marry was Risa Tisa and then it was Legion? All the netizens are like, I came into this thinking Kendra was Lisa Tisa. Turns out she's Legion. They're like, turns out I'm reading a dark mafia romance, but she's the stalker. And this is not fun because it's not fictional. Like people are like, okay, like this seems unhinged. The glasses, I think, is when everybody started shifting. They're like, oop, no. Like this is getting weird. At the very least, like maybe you should talk to a therapist, but you're already seeing a therapist. So like, what can we say? So then she's like, he did tell me that he likes the turtle shell. Anyway, it was just like inappropriate things like that. She claims that he diagnosed her with stress and other trauma-related disorders, but he doesn't tell her immediately about the diagnosis. So she makes it seem like it's like this very sinister thing that he's withholding from her so that he can use this diagnosis to manipulate her and like learn about what her vulnerabilities are. And it doesn't make sense because she straight up asks for her diagnosis and he's like, oh yeah, this is my diagnosis of you. So it doesn't seem like he's hiding it. And I also do believe stress and other trauma-related disorders is so broad. I mean, it's like diagnosing someone with anxiety. It's like, I think that if a mental health professional really wants to manipulate that they don't need to diagnose you with it. Like, they'll see it right off the bat. They'll see what's going on. And so at this point, eventually, I mean, she's seeing this man for years. Every month, 30-minute sessions, just 30-minute sessions. And she gets boyfriend. She says she is obsessed with her psychiatrist, but she has this boyfriend. And at first, she says that the psychiatrist was not feeling it, that she has a boyfriend. How do we know this? We don't really know this. She doesn't really give us any concrete explanation of like why he's not feeling it. Like maybe he didn't want to talk about her relationship, but again, he's her psychiatrist. He doesn't really want to talk to her about her feelings until he realizes that her boyfriend is like a lot like him. That's what she says. She's like, and then I started talking to my psychiatrist about my sex life, about tracking my cycle, using fertility awareness methods, and my psychiatrist loved it. He didn't ever say, this isn't inappropriate to your care, let's pivot. He just let me talk and talk and talk about my sex life. And I didn't get too deep, but about a year and a half in, I would, okay, side note about this. Some netizens thought that this was really bad. They're like, okay, yeah, this is the moment where I am on Kendra's side. Because maybe he is getting off about these sex life conversations. However, I will say that a lot of medications impact your sex life. And sex life impacts your mental health. And it impacts your relationships, even your own self-image issues. And so a lot of, especially like antidepressants, SSRIs, they're going to mess with your sex life. They're going to mess with your sex drive. And a lot of patients, what mental health professionals were saying online is they feel really uncomfortable talking about their sex life. And so doctors will try to encourage it so that you can open up to tell them, hey, these meds are not working and it's ruining my marriage because like I can't get it on. I can't do anything, and now we got another problem because now my marriage is crumbling. I don't know. Like, they're saying things like that. Like, it's uncomfortable. You want to be open so they don't feel shamed or embarrassed that maybe they're not performing in a certain way like they used to because of the medication. A lot of the psychiatrists are like, this is literally not, it's as common as being like, hey, are you shitting? It's like the same thing. Are you sleeping? Are you shitting? Are you having sex? Obviously, if you're of age, right?
But again, we don't even know what exactly she talked about.
No.
She's just saying, I'm talking about my sex life, but we don't even know what extent.
No, but the extent that she tells us is like her cycles, her menstrual cycles, like tracking her cycles. That sounds very medical. Yeah, that sounds like very medical of like, oh yeah, so I'm making sure my menstrual cycle is still good while I'm on meds. It's giving that, but she doesn't tell us in depth of much anything. Just that he doesn't stop the conversation, and psychiatrists online are like, of course he doesn't stop the conversation. He needs to know this to provide care. But she's like, that's crazy. You know, he liked this information. And so about a year and a half in, of 30, 45-minute sessions a month. I don't know, how long is that in a year? How long is that in a year?
6 hours.
6 hours. Bruh. I think I spent more than 6 hours watching her fucking series, okay? So, like, this is really not a lot of time.
What the fuck, the hiccup? Oh my god.
So a year and a half in,
fuck was that?
sending her psychiatrist emails about how much she likes him.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I made weird noises. Please don't think I'm weird.
Like a bunch of heart emojis.
Whoa.
And she is saying, this is when he should have transferred my care. There is something that is called transference and countertransference. And I did go on Reddit and I was reading a lot of therapists, because there's like r/therapist, and they talk about how to deal with patients who have transference. So sometimes patients will come in and they say that it's actually more frequently female patients will come in, and if they have like a male provider, sometimes they will start developing almost like a trauma bond or almost misguided romantic feelings towards the male provider.
Let me see something.
Finally have someone that's listening to them, and I think it blurs the line of, are they listening to me because my insurance is paying them like $500 an hour, or are they listening to me because they care about me, right? And like when you're mentally vulnerable, it gets confusing, and you feel like, wow, nobody listens to me, but this man is listening to me, and so you might have some sort of transferring emotion there. And the best thing to do is, once you notice it, a lot of therapists say it's actually pretty common. And you want to actually use it to help their journey. Like, you want to talk about it, and like, you don't want it to be like this forbidden elephant in the room. It's like, hey, maybe you're feeling these things because maybe you lacked that from your previous relationship. And these are the things that you are yearning for to find in your personal connect, like things like that. Like, you can use it to further someone's
Is there sound?
Their mental health.
Yes.
Right. But then there's also something called
Me sound, or are you like podcast sound.
Professionals are saying, hey, clients and
I put the browser volume up. I don't know if you heard me. I'm like, we're doing a coworker stream.
Start feeling very strong emotions.
That's why I'm very silent, because I was like focused on the stuff.
That's what Kendra's saying.
I'm gonna show you guys how I preview my model, see if it's working.
Therapists, it mainly happens with kids, not in like the weird way, but a lot of therapists will have overwhelming
it's broken.
Protective instincts
Oh great heavens, that's not supposed to happen.
Because they feel
what happened?
They want to protect the kid.
Oh my god,
it's a lot to deal with, and like in those cases you usually keep the patient. You just have to be better about like, okay, I need to maintain, just not get so emotionally drained and like not let these things.
I see.
Does that make sense?
God, I hate the number system. I hate it.
Sometimes you got some very attractive patients and we're all human and it's okay. Like, acknowledge it, talk to your supervisor, transfer them out. Like, these are all normal things. Like, the minute that you make it taboo is weird. She's saying he should have transferred me out, but r/therapists are also saying you should not transfer them out immediately. It appears
it's like a tedious task to do this shit.
Opinion online that Kendra has transference. It doesn't seem like her psychiatrist has countertransference, okay? And so when you realize that your patient has transference, if you immediately transfer them out, it might exacerbate abandonment issues. It might make them start questioning, like, is something wrong with me? Like, why did they abandon me? Like, this is someone who's supposed to care about me, but now they don't care about me and nobody cares about me. And then, like, you could lead to a spiral. So a lot of the times you try to work them through it first. And then if it still doesn't work, then I imagine the psychiatrist was probably getting advice from his supervisors and like people that he's working with of like, okay, now how do you go from trying to work them through it? If that doesn't work, slowly getting to the point where you transfer them.
But then the email that she sent, do we know the context in exact, or is it more so just, oh, I tell him I like him, thank you, heart.
It seems more like that.
I wish it would just automatically be numbered instead of just being like.
She does confess that he's
all
her crush
one layer.
leader.
It's so annoying.
So it seems like these emails up until this point are like, I like you, heart. So it's like, I imagine maybe it's also weird for the psychiatrist to overreact and be like, transference. Like, it could just be like,
she genuinely really liked me. Like,
yeah, or like she just communicates with heart emojis. You know, some people are like that. Some people have more physical touch when they communicate, and it's not like they're hitting on you. It's just like, you know. And so she's saying, she's emailing him. He never emails her back. But she's like, no, it's because he doesn't want a paper trail.
Oh. And I would send my psychiatrist these emails just about how much I liked him and how I was so grateful for him and put in a bunch of heart emojis. And this is really when he should have transferred my care, but you know, he waited. He liked what I gave him too much. And then I start emailing him my fun little emails, but he stops writing me back. He does not write back to my emails anymore. Because once again, he was really good at plausible deniability. But what he did do is he would take my emails and mention them in session. So he would still give me the attention that I was craving, but only under his structure, under his control, where there was no paper trail.
And so she's talking to him and she says that he's liking the supply that I'm giving him. And she tells him that my boyfriend doesn't meet my needs. And my psychiatrist and my therapist are both like, you have to stay with your boyfriend. There's nothing wrong with him not meeting your needs.
Even though my boyfriend did not meet my needs, my psychiatrist and my therapist both were like, you have to stay with him. There's nothing wrong with him not meeting your needs.
And this is where netizens are like, that doesn't even make sense. But also, like, your psychiatrist and your therapist are saying it? I don't know. It's weird. So we just have to believe that her psychiatrist and her therapist, independent of each other, are both shady. And we haven't like gotten concrete proof on either of them being shady yet, but they're both shady. And she says she would go to her psychiatrist looking for emotional validation, and he would just drip feed her slowly, just like drip, little droplets at a time, leave her wanting more. She says wholeheartedly.
And he took an oath to protect me, and he did not. He went right to work exploiting me. Right to work.
I should just number these in the beginning of the process. Because inevitably, I'm going to have to do this. Just to do fucking head angles. It pisses me off.
Life-altering,
it's annoying.
medical malpractice, if not jail time level of accusations.
Does she ever say who he is, or?
She fucking says this is where I think people get upset with her. And I think up until this point, a lot of netizens could identify that maybe she's unwell mentally, or maybe this is a cry for help. I don't know. I'm not like armchair psychologizing her. I don't know anything, but people had sympathy until she said his name in a video. And then she didn't take it down. And then it was so easy to find him. So people start doxing him because that's what the internet does. And she's like, well,
I accidentally said my psychiatrist's first name.
You're going to
one of my videos. If you clocked it, good for you. I do not owe him anonymity.
That's where people start getting that. And there is a racial element because, I mean, it's a common thing that has happened probably more times than we know of, but it has thrust into the online discourse of what people call white women tears, and we're going to get into it, but it's when white women accuse men of color of being predators without concrete evidence.
Got it.
Or it's not even like she needs concrete evidence. It's not like she has to be like, hey, I have pictures, I have videos, because sometimes you can't get those pieces of evidence. That doesn't mean that people shouldn't believe you, but it's like, even the things she's saying, she's like, he's a predator. He basically told me, oh, you're wearing glasses. So everyone's like, okay, you can't.
Oh, there's so many.
And then have their name out there, dox them, ruin their life, and nothing. And also, I think a lot of people were upset that she mentioned that he's Pakistani, because it's also like that added nothing to the story. Like maybe, oh, you didn't say it correctly, but she could have just been vague about it. But it felt ick. So then eventually she says that she does tell her psychiatrist that she has a big crush on him. Okay, now this is big. Seems different from her emails.
I told him, I said, today we're going to talk about my intimate life. My psychologist, my therapist asked what your opinion on it was. And I told her that I don't talk to you about this intimate stuff because I have a crush on you. And he looked down and smiled so big in that moment. He smiled so big. And I loved it.
This woman need to leave him alone.
Thinking about it.
I don't know if he smiled. I don't know if this is true. He could be a nervous smiler too. And she says he smiled so big and I loved it. And she's like, this is so gross thinking about it. And then I proceeded to give him 30 minutes of nonstop content about my intimate life with my boyfriend. And I actually recorded the whole thing because I was so excited about it. But now it makes me sick. And so she does share this recording, I believe, at one point, but then it gets taken down because it's a violation or something like that. I'm not even going to look for that because I think that's crazy. But I have a feeling it's not crazy. But she's saying it's crazy. She's saying he can't even sue me for defamation because I have this recording.
And I actually recorded the whole thing because I was so excited about it. But now it makes me sick. I can't even listen to the recording. Any ethical psychiatrist would have stopped me and said, Kendra, let's talk about your meds. Let's talk about your care.
Let me see if they work now that I separated everything. Not everything, but like what I have so far.
I recorded all 33 minutes. You know, if my psychiatrist wants to come with me to me and like
eat shit.
Phones in the bin.
This feels unconstitutional.
You don't get to feel what's unconstitutional, Curtis. Our nation wasn't founded on vibes.
FX's English teacher.
This is
Premieres
annoying.
September 25th on FX. All episodes streaming on Hulu.
Like sue me for defamation. I have a 33-minute recording of me admitting I have a crush on him and speaking about extremely intimate details. It was in that moment that he really, really should have transferred my care. That moment changed everything for him too, because that's when things really started getting deep between us.
Wait, that's really confusing. She basically confesses her love to him and then proceeds to tell him about her intimate life with her current partner?
Yeah, I think maybe she's trying to say like, I just think about you all the time.
Oh, like even when I'm with my partner, blah, blah, blah.
And I mean, she is saying that she monologued for like 30 minutes and he doesn't stop her. But again, you're not talking to like a random dude on the street. You're talking to a psychiatrist who's probably running through 50 million possibilities in his mind of how to help you in that situation. And I think the last thing is probably,
I just want to figure this out so I can go to sleep.
Hang up. Like that's probably not what he's going to do.
What?
And so she says that she recorded it, which a lot of people are like, hey, if you recorded it and this is actually real, then
I
you need
saved
to
it.
file medical malpractice. Because if this is a real predator, then we need him not practicing.
Yeah.
But that's not happening. And I mean, it doesn't seem like
Yeah.
it's happening. And it
She hasn't done anything legally.
It just seems like there's nothing on the 30-minute. I don't know. I don't know. And like, I know people are gonna, some people, a very small group of people are gonna be frustrated that I'm giving this man so much benefit of the doubt. But like, truly, we haven't seen really anything.
Yeah.
And these are
so
big
far,
accusations.
yeah, I think like if she has anything legitimate, everyone will be literally on her side.
Yeah.
You know, these are literally like the true crime stories we hear about, like predators. But she hasn't given people any legitimate things to worry about.
Yes. Like nothing, and then everything she says, she spins it kind of in like a twisted way, but a lot of people are saying, oh, that seems very normal.
Yeah.
Like that seems like he's doing a professional job at trying to help you. Also, a lot of netizen comments are like, God, can't believe I'm defending a man. But like, same, okay? Same, girly pop. Like, I can't believe, right? And also another comment that was interesting, and I was thinking about it, and like normally I really hate these comparisons of like, well, if it were a female victim or a male victim, and like people like to compare, and it's like, hey, I think generally across the board, all victims don't get justice more than most of the time. You know, I feel like all victims have it like like it doesn't need to be a gender competition of like whose victimhood is. It's like it's bad everywhere, okay? But some people are saying if this was a male patient, like he could have been arrested. Like a male patient saying these things about a female psychiatrist and like exhibiting these types of behaviors, a lot of people would be quick to use the word stalker, but because she's a woman, a lot of people are kind of holding off on the stalker word. But it is kind of stalker-ish is what people are saying. And so she's still going every single month, and she's telling him about this crush, and she goes on a 30-minute monologue, and he just smiles and nothing. And then she says, and I want to address a few things. And she says, one, people are asking me about mental health diagnosis. I do not have BPD. She says, I do not have psychosis. I have ADHD. And I was experiencing extreme limerence with my psychiatrist. Limerence is a normal thing to happen to anyone who is experiencing hot and cold behavior from someone. And it happens more often in people with ADHD because I have dopamine dysregulation and rejection-sensitive dysphoria. And guess what? My psychiatrist knew that and used it to his advantage. And she's like mad. She's mad at the netizens.
And guess what? My psychiatrist knew that and used it to his advantage.
Okay.
And she also mentions, yeah, okay, people are doxing him. She's like, can stop doxing him. I'm going to delete your comment if you dox him. However, if you email me or DM me, I'll be more open to it. So she's like, I'll privately dox him for you. And she's like, I don't owe him anonymity. However, this is not about doxing my psychiatrist, which makes the whole situation messier because now this psychiatrist's entire career, you know, could be in jeopardy. Like, that's crazy, right? But she's like, this is not about doxing him. This is about my story.
This is not about doxing my psychiatrist. This is about me sharing my story so other people can view predatory behavior in people in power.
But if you claim to be a victim, then you should like seek justice.
Yeah.
Like, file something like.
That's another thing a lot of netizens.
Or she's saying that there's no way of doing anything legally because there's no evidence. But I know what he did, basically. Yeah. Right?
Yeah. But then, like, the way she's like, here's the subtext, read between the lines of everything he did. A lot of netizens are having a hard time reading between the lines. And then a lot of psychiatrists are like, actually, that seems like by the book of like what we're supposed to do in situations like this.
Yeah.
So it's very tricky. It's just very weird. And this guy is getting doxxed everywhere. And I did notice something. I'm not going to put a picture anywhere. That's crazy. But he was in his very professional headshot wearing turquoise shell glasses. She calls them turtle shell, but turquoise shell glasses.
Turquoise.
And so that was the one thing where I was like, okay, it is kind of weird that he was like, oh, I like tortoise shell glasses. And then she wore him. I didn't think it was that weird. But I guess it like popped up. And then when I saw the picture, I was like, oh, he literally is wearing them. So he might have just been like, oh yeah, I like these. Like, I like this pattern. Yeah, it's a cool pattern. Whatever.
So I'm wearing it. Oh, you got one too?
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool, we're matching. Haha. Yeah, these are cool. I feel like they're more fun of a pattern than like the regular metal frame ones. Haha. Anyway, are you shitting? Like, that's what it gave me when I saw that picture. I was like, oh. She does get very upset at these netizens. She says,
"It is so incredibly disturbing to me. The amount of protectors in my comments that are victim blaming me,
I'm gonna lose my mind a little bit.
mental health practitioners in my comments using therapy speak to say that this situation that I was in was my fault or that I was delusional."
and I don't think anyone's saying that. Even if she has transference, I don't think she's at fault until she brought it to TikTok and got him doxxed. You know, it's like this, it's just, it's a mental health journey and he's doing his best and maybe it just seems like everyone's trying their best, right? But she's like, to say that it's my fault or that I was delusional.
Check yourself. You're giving me more ammunition to share my story because it just goes to show how absolutely messed up the mental health industry is and how protected people who do this kind of sick psychological manipulation are.
Side note, I do think like any other industry where there's vulnerable people and children, there's going to be predators.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no doubt about it. And so I firmly believe there's tons of true, not saying that this isn't true, but there's tons of strong cases of patients who have been abused by their mental health providers. I firmly believe that. I don't even think I need to even Google it once to know that that exists. Apples and oranges. I don't know if we're comparing the right thing right now. She just mentions this is not the craziest thing to happen. And so everyone's like, I mean, it's weird because like we agree with that sentiment, but in this case, we don't know if we agree.
Yeah.
So then she goes on this date, not with a psychiatrist, with a therapist. I don't know. And
another boyfriend? A new therapist?
Yeah, so she's like on and off with her boyfriend, and then she starts dating this guy who is a therapist.
We need to change the rules of online dating. Fight for what you've built. I'm starting a revolution.
Wow, that's so interesting that she's like hanging out and attracted to these, you know, mental health professionals.
Some people think that this story is fake. Some people think that it's alarming that she is actively trying to date a therapist. Because, you know, I did see a lot of therapist wives come out and they're like, listen, I fell in love with my motherfucker like when we were in college, we were high school sweethearts, or like later on. But they're like, let me tell you something. If you told me to write down a dream job list for my future partner, therapist is not going to be one of them. Can you imagine how annoying it is to be married to a therapist? I'd be like,
stop psychoanalyzing me. You pissed me off and that's it. I don't care. What do you mean I'm acting like a kid? I don't care.
You know, it would be annoying. So I think some people found it interesting that it seemed like she actively sought out a therapist to date. She goes on this date with a therapist. They're hiking. He starts, and again, I don't know if this is true. It's such a crazy story, but he starts telling her that he has a crush on one of his patients, which the part that's confusing is like, but you're on a date? So I don't know if that's going to get you anything you want out of this date. Because, like, let's be real, some guys just want specific things out of a date. I don't think going on a date with a girl and then being like, by the way, I have a patient who's smoking hot. First of all, that puts your career at risk on a first date. That seems crazy.
Yeah.
Second of all, like, that seems dumb. But I digress. There's crazy people out there. Maybe this is real. She claims that he tells her that this woman would wear short skirts and like red lacy underwear to their appointments, and she's just like,
that's crazy story.
Yeah.
This therapist starts telling me about how he has a crush on one of his clients. And I thought to myself, okay, this is strange, but go ahead. Like, we're on a date, dude. Why are you telling me about a crush on one of your clients? But go off, King. So then he was saying, yeah, she's so attractive and I think she likes me too. He continues and he said, yeah, she wears these red lacy panties and short skirts. And I know she wears them for me. and like alarm bells were going off in my head.
That is crazy.
And okay, another thing that I'm very offended by, a lot of people say that Kendra is reading too much dark romance and that she's on Book Talk, and I have to say, we don't claim her. That's actually insane, okay? I read so much romance books. I read so much crimes against literature. I read like the types of books that I consume. I should probably be apologizing to the tree gods, because like the fact that this book was printed on paper should be fucking illegal. Like this is just straight trash, and I love it. I think it's intellectually stimulating. Do I think that my husband is growling at me and his eyes are darkening with desire? No. No, I don't. So we don't claim her, but she does use very interesting verbiage. And like even this situation, people think she's making it up because it sounds kind of like a...
Yeah, that's so cringe.
Yeah.
Okay, what happened? She went on a date. This dude said, my patient will show up with lacy underwears?
Yeah, and then, okay, another thing, just to add more context to that, is the way that Kendra describes her psychiatrist, she'll say things like, he was just looking at me with venom in his eyes.
Ooh.
He just looked so
Like,
smug.
this makes more sense to just do it in the beginning of like making a model.
Romance. I don't know why. The male characters are always very smug because they're hot and billionaires. Shit, I'd be smug too, right? So it's crazy. I don't know, right?
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's just the verbiage. Anyways, she's like, at that moment, when he tells me that, the alarm bells are going off in my head, in my mind.
Mind you, I had no idea that my psychiatrist had similar feelings towards me at this point. But I just thought, wow, this man is borderline predatory.
So she's like, this therapist just confirmed to me that the psychiatrist feels the same way about me.
How?
Because this therapist has feelings for his patient, so this must be normal. So then my psychiatrist has feelings for his patient, which is me.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Whoa. I mean, just that one statement is so alarming.
Yeah.
How do you even make that connection?
That's like me saying I ran into the president of South Korea who is married to a South Korean woman. And so that means every president head in the world.
I know they're watching me. I know the FBI's got special eyes on me because they have a crush on me.
Like it's like the craziest, like how did we, even if that is true, even if he did say this, the connections are crazy.
Yeah, the connection is crazy, yeah.
So then she's like, okay, this man is predatory.
Oh, shit.
Predatory. And she's like, also the therapist is predatory. She says the therapist tells her on this date that he has to self-pleasure before every appointment with this patient.
That is
To
crazy.
get the energy out of him.
Oh my God.
And he said, yeah, and you know, she just is so attractive that I have to smash mermaid before every session because I just have to get that energy out of me.
Oh my God. I feel like if he said that, can somebody check that therapist? Because that therapist is crazy.
So that's what netizens are also saying. They're like, okay, why are we doing a 9,000 part series on a psychiatrist where you have yet to tell us things that are blatantly alarming?
Yeah.
This guy is clearly a predator.
Yeah.
Verbatim. He's admitted it. He's confessed. Where's our 20,000 part series on this guy?
Yeah.
But she does not have like the anger towards this guy.
Yeah.
Like she's just so mad at her psychiatrist, and a lot of people think it's because the psychiatrist rejected her in some way, sense, or form because he's basically her psychiatrist. And anyway, so she feels rage for the psychiatrist, and so she says, so then at my next appointment with my psychiatrist, keep in mind it had been 6 weeks of nonstop fun for this man.
What?
Nonstop fun. So I guess she'd been like emailing him nonstop, and she did try to keep begging him for once a week sessions, even though he's like, I literally don't need to see you once a week. But also it's hard for him to say no because
nonstop fun?
Yeah, she's just saying like he's just getting off on her supply. You know, he got to use my crush confession and 30 minutes of this intimate detail content for whatever he wanted to use it for.
If my psychiatrist was good at anything, it was being professional and acting professional and technically not crossing any lines. And he thought that he was so good at it because he was good at it. But that doesn't mean he wasn't doing it.
So she's like, okay, I don't even know how to dissect that. So So I went to my psychiatrist and I told him the story about this man that I went on a date with, and he's a therapist and is relieving himself before appointments and talking about his client's panties and doing all these other extremely inappropriate things, like visiting her at work. And this man, my psychiatrist, looked like he had seen a ghost and he was going to vomit. And netizens were like, yeah, because that's fucking scary. Because, like, he is like, whoa, do you know how predatory that is?
Yeah.
Like, that's scary. Because he prided himself on being extremely professional and buttoned up person. But here I was, holding a mirror to him.
Oh, shit.
With exactly what he was doing.
OMG.
But a bumbling idiot.
I'm
telling
scared.
me how he was doing. Yeah,
I'm scared.
I know, a little bit too. Okay, without a fancy degree, without any of that. I look back on that now, and it's just crazy. She makes another TikTok to state that, yes, a lot of people think that she's crashing out publicly right now, like crash out big time, going through a mental health spiral. And she says addressing these people. And of course, it seems like that. I get it. It's an extremely dark thing to talk about all of this that I went through. And I'm sharing my story because it wasn't out there. No one else had shared a story like this. But she says that she's gotten a lot of DMs of people saying that. And she's like, that's what's keeping me going. It's not my mental health spiral. And I can understand that for some people in the mental health space, because they have been some of the loudest people to speak out against what I'm doing, it's hard to grasp that someone could have this level of predation in such a high place of power. But it's like, I don't know if people think that. I feel like we're so used to 9 times out of 10, I will assume people in power are fucked up.
Yeah.
So it just, and I think most netizens are like 10 times out of 10 people in power are fucked up. So it doesn't seem like that's the case, but she's like, you guys are just not ready for that conversation. Now, I think the reason that it's kind of important to talk about what's happening is, well, first of all, I think this is probably not going to be good for a lot of people who maybe are going through similar mental health struggles and perhaps uses this as justifying that they have similar interactions with their mental health professional. That could be one bad thing. Another bad thing is, like, people are already very distrusting of therapy, and there's like a stigma around it, and this stigmatizes it even more. And also, I think it's really person by person. Like, I went to male therapists and female therapists before. I feel like sometimes it helps to go to the opposite gender, sometimes it doesn't. Like, it really just depends. But this could make people very wary of maybe seeking professionals that actually could help them a lot, or like being recommended to a certain psychiatrist or a therapist who really has all of the tools to help them. But they're like, oh no, because I'm scared now of predatory behavior. I mean, you always have to be vigilant, but like, you get what I'm saying. It's further stigmatizing a lot of things. And again, I'm not saying there aren't predators in the mental health industry, but it's like, this is probably not the best example of it to have everyone talking about. But more importantly, Kendra is an ADHD coach. She is a life coach for others. So she goes into a position of power herself as a life coach. And one of her former clients makes a TikTok exposing her. And she says, let me tell you what happened. So I knew Kendra, not from TikTok. I knew her personally. And so she's saying, I was trying to get sober. And I was in a really dark place.
I built Tinder with them. It doesn't list you as a co-founder. We need to change online dating.
None of this is gonna slow us down.
I won't step down without a fight.
Place at the time, and I'm just thinking, who can help me? Like, I don't know who can help me. And she thinks of Kendra because
So is she a mental health professional too? What does that mean?
She's a counselor. She's not licensed. She's not certified. She's like those crypto trader coach. She'd just be selling courses. She'd be selling life coaching sessions. I mean,
self-help type of.
Yes. But
Okay.
Okay, this is important though. She's not licensed or any of that. And so this TikToker is like, yeah, I was trying to get sober, and I was thinking about anyone that could help me because I was in such a dark place. And I remembered that Kendra had gotten sober not too long ago. So I reached out thinking, okay, maybe she can give me some tips or something, like some sort of guidance. She calls Kendra, and Kendra is immediately like, oh, this is perfect because so I have this life coaching thing where it's $3,000 for 3 months, and we talk every week, and I'm going to heal you, basically.
And she said, well, normally it is like ADHD coaching, but like I'm more than happy to do like sobriety coaching with you. I've already sent you the invoice and the contract to sign. And I said, I really would like to think about it. And she's like, now's the time. Don't think, just do. I see the invoice, and the invoice is for $3,000 for
Right.
3 months. And these are going to be like once a week, 45-minute long sessions.
And she's like, $3,000 for three. That's $1,000 a month.
Yeah. For how many sessions?
Like once a week.
Oh wow. Okay.
I feel like that's more than most therapy.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy depending on insurance, you know? And she's like, I gotta think about that. Like that's not a decision I can just make on this phone call. And like, first of all, she's kind of hurt because Kendra's supposed to be slightly a friend. And instantly she's like, yeah, I don't really care that you're dying. And I went through the same thing. Fucking pay me $3,000. Like that's probably how she felt. So she felt hurt, but at the same time, she really wants help. So she's like, okay, let me think about it. Let me think about it. And Kendra's like, no, you need to do this. I already sent you the invoice. So she's like, okay, I guess let me try to pay you. It's Friday night. The card doesn't go through because it's like this random Stripe payment system. And she's like, okay, well, I guess I can call the bank on Monday. And Kendra's like, no, you're going to call the bank right now. Ooh. And she says, I felt like I was being held hostage. Like she wouldn't let me do anything. Like I had to pay her. So she ends up paying her the $3,000. She tries to do these weekly things. And she just, Kendra is like, hey, you feel down in the dumps? Have you tried to tell ChatGPT about it? And she's like, what the fuck are you saying right now?
What?
And like, first of all, guys, I love you guys. The last thing you should do is talk to any AI chatbot about your mental health because, and this is just the paranoia in me. Like, remember, I say, if you ever get an inkling of anything, lawyer up. You say, I have a lawyer. I'm sorry, right? However, here's the problem. You get a mental health professional for HIPAA reasons, like the police, if you go to trial for anything, God forbid.
Wow.
It would be very difficult.
Wow. I didn't know you thought like to go to there. Wow. So you're saying like these very confidential.
Yeah, because, okay, and the reason.
Because Google record is public.
Google searches are public. They're not like they're not regulated through any sort of HIPAA medical because
I see.
Okay, for example, let's say you go to trial. You're not like a killer. I'm not saying that you guys are the bad people. Let's say you're the victim of a crime. Or let's say, God forbid, someone you love ends up deceased in a very mysterious way. It's so easy for police to pull ChatGPT, and it's the quickest thing to say she was mentally unstable. She had thoughts that were negative. That was not a suspicious death. It's so easy.
That's
and this is like this drives me insane because already when you go to a therapist, police are so quick to be like, oh, then it was probably not a suspicious death. Her husband's probably not guilty. She was probably insane.
Wow.
And like, it irks my gears so much. These AI chatbots, when people are like just telling them all of their like mental health history stuff, please don't do this. I mean, just ask like, hey, I have a fucking mole on my butt.
Everything was going great until I messed
What
with
I
fucking
do, that's fine.
things.
Who cares? But like mental health stuff, it will be used against you. Like you just never know when, but like it will be used against you. Don't do it. She's like, have you tried talking to ChatGPT? And she's like, no, that's crazy because I'm paying you $1,000 a month. So what do you mean talk to ChatGPT? And she starts doing CBT, which is cognitive behavioral therapy, and she is not licensed. Like you just don't fuck around with stuff like that. That's actually crazy. Yeah. And so she doesn't feel comfortable, and she actually is like, I'm gonna end my sessions because I
mean, that is pretty serious, right? She's out here trying to help people who need help. Yeah. That's alarming.
And a lot of people are saying even more alarming is she's getting so much attention from this series. And so it could lead more people to
customers. Like
yes. And it's like, that's why it's like a lot of people that were on the fence of like, do we talk about it? Because I was even talking to like the Rotten Mango team. I'm like, I don't really want to talk about it if it's going to be just kicking someone when they're down. But then it's like, wait, no, but this is actually so dangerous for so many reasons. Like there's so many things to talk about in this that people need to know. Like even the ChatGPT thing, like don't be talking to them like your therapist. Even ChatGPT Sam Altman was like, hey, yeah, if they subpoena us, like we're not guided by HIPAA laws or anything.
People talk about the most personal shit in their lives to ChatGPT. So if you go talk to ChatGPT about your most sensitive stuff and then there's like a lawsuit or whatever, like we could be required to produce that. And I think that's very screwed up. I think we should have like the same concept of privacy for your conversations with AI that we do with a therapist or whatever. We haven't figured that out yet.
Don't talk to your chatbot like it's your therapist, please.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. He even
Oh,
said, I mean, he was like, I think we need to be. We're trying to get some sort of protection under that. So he was trying to make it sound like that, but it's like, he's even telling us, don't do that. To which Kendra is just like responding to this, and she's saying that this girl just wants to pile on when everyone's already kicking her when she's down. And she said, I mean, if she wasn't happy, that was on her to tell me she wasn't happy.
Let's talk about my former client who's getting a lot of traction. I wouldn't know because she blocked me. This one is especially hard for me because she's someone that I also considered a friend. My only client that I've ever had that was my friend first. Her betrayal is extra stingy. So if she wasn't happy, that's on her to tell me what she wasn't happy about so we could make that right.
So everyone's like, Kendra!
Oh,
That's very rich. What do you mean? So now it's the client's problem? Now you got to tell the person in the position of authority that you're unhappy? I thought you can't. Like, what's happening?
Yeah.
As for the scammy portion, Kendra is like, no, I didn't force her to stay on the phone to call her bank when her card got declined. Her card got declined and she seemed really flustered. And so I said, I'll wait with you. And this type of stresses me out so much. I feel like she could bulldoze straight into my life. It's like when you tell someone, you run into
I'm over it.
Trader Joe's.
Because I don't understand what to do, and it's pissing me off, like, generally. I'm gonna end stream, because I'm tired, and I don't care. I'll see you guys later. Goodbye.